Hey everyone, and welcome back to our coverage of the American Cup. It is day 6, and it's a very important one. Hikaru Nakamura currently in the winner bracket final, going up against Wesley. So Hikaru with the black pieces, he's going to have to withstand the pressure Wesley is going to put on him. And in case of a draw, this match will go to very, very exciting tiebreakers. So get ready for a long evening of chess. I'm Jon Ludwig Hammer. Together with me is Maria Emilianova. And Maria, what are your expectations for today's game?
Hello, everybody. It's really nice to be back. To be honest, yesterday I did not do much. I was just watching the stream of you and Fiona the entire day. I thought I had a rest day, but I guess it's also just never let you go. So I was enjoying the commentary a lot and looking forward to more today. Of course, this is very important, not only because the winner takes it all, as they say, but also the winner of today's game or the playoff will have a rest day tomorrow. That's very important. That's something to really fight for. It's a really good trophy in itself. So yeah, I think Hikaru is gonna put up a fight, and of course, classical game is more likely to end in a draw, as nobody is gonna risk that much. And I expect we will see a playoff, but yeah, we'll see.
These are similar to the expectations we had in the winner bracket semifinal when Hikaru was playing against Dominguez. Because we said after having made a draw in the first game with the white pieces, then with the black pieces, you usually try to defend and just survive and get into playoffs. But it must be said, in that match, Hikaru with the black pieces went for the Sicilian defense, which is not really a defense at all. It's more like a counterattack. And he put big pressure on Dominguez and actually ended up winning the match by winning with the black pieces. Do you think we will see Hikaru employing a similar strategy here?
I don't think that he will go for c5 for a few reasons, because I doubt that Wesley will play e4, first of all, because Wesley probably will try to avoid something like this from happening. But also with Dominguez, I think Hikaru already, if I may say so, smelled blood, because Dominguez was really using up his time not very carefully, and that doesn't really happen with Wesley. So I'm not sure if the same strategy can be used or should be used against Wesley. Their head-to-head record is different from the one with Dominguez. If Wesley plays e4, I kind of expect that Hikaru will play e5 instead.
And that was actually the opening Wesley used against Hikaru yesterday. Mm-hmm. So do you feel like it's likely that we will see another Berlin opening, that we will actually see these two players using the very same opening against each other on consecutive days, simply to try and neutralize the other party?
Yeah, it's possible. I feel like Wesley will, if possible, try to save energy for the playoffs. If he will feel like it's going to happen, he will not drag the classical game for too long, because on longer distances, I think Hikaru will have more stamina simply due to playing a lot of chess online, playing a lot of very long, very exhausting matches. I think Wesley does not have just as much stamina when it comes to Blitz or rapid games.
So I take it, based on your comments, that you're actually expecting quite a short game.
Maybe not short, but I don't think that we will see like really long and like very like not so um like not end games which look like a draw for both sides and already could have been drawn sooner.
Okay. We are also asking chat about their expectations. I suspect we will have a prediction
But what should be
coming
the prediction?
coming up. I do you have an opinion on that?
Well, first of all, maybe prediction, will it be Berlin or not?
Yeah, that's a good prediction. Because Berlin is one of Hikaru's favorite openings.
Same as Wesley.
And yeah, they both really like playing that. But I also do remember one of the previous games these guys had, which I was following very closely from the Champions Chess Tour. Wesley played the Italian opening with the white pieces, and in fact managed to achieve a winning position against Hikaru. So personally, I'm expecting not the Berlin. I'm expecting Wesley to sidestep that because he has a history of actually creating uncomfortable situations for Hikaru within Rui Lopez's or the Spanish opening's cousin, the Italian opening. Or as I learned yesterday, that it's not called Gucci Piano, it's called, well, now I forget what it's called because Gucci Piano is such a much better name.
I like that too. Although I don't think Maestro Gucci was ever designing pianos or piano covers, but maybe that's an idea. Anyway, we have actually had a prediction. I unfortunately missed it completely, but it was the first move. And what do you think will be the first move for Wesley then? E4?
Well, I think he's going to be starting with the king pawn, yeah, as we see them on our video feed, getting ready for the game. I remember very vividly that Wesley played the king pawn in the Champions Chess Tour against Hikaru and was extremely close to taking Hikaru down. And sometimes having that those pleasant memories and vice versa, that your opponent has unpleasant memories, you wanna stay within that same territory of opening. Not because it's unpredictable, it's absolutely not. It's like, of course, what Hikaru will focus on when getting ready for this game is finding a good solution to the opening Wesley used that caused trouble in the past. So the Gucci Piano is not going to be a surprise for Hikaru, but it's an opening that you cannot be like, just say, oh, I know you're going to play this, but because I know that, I can prepare something that's easy to equalize the game. There is no easy solution to the Italian opening. And so that's why I think Wesley is going to go for that.
Yeah, I think I will agree with that we will see the Gucci or Gioco Piano. It's quite
Gioco. Likely. Yeah, I need to practice this a little bit.
Gioco, yeah.
Gioco.
I do agree that, of course, Hikaru is not going to be unprepared, and he definitely analyzed that game thoroughly. Even though he survived, it's still an important homework to be done to avoid anything like that happening in the future. So it won't be any surprise. He is definitely prepared against that. But it also means that Wesley might think, oh, maybe I should go for something else. But there are just so many options he can go for because, of course, some much less known territory will be easier for Hikaru since he plays pretty much everything online. And I don't think Wesley has that massive amount of games played in the faster time controls.
Yeah, and we have a comment here from Min Max in the chat. They're so happy. And yeah, I've noticed the very same thing. Good spirits in St. Louis. Both players smiling.
I think it's a guest. I think it's a guest who made them happy. And unfortunately, we did not see who that was. We see Chris Bird, but who made the first move in kind of like an Olympic jacket? That is the question I'm going to find out quite soon. But both of them were very happy to see them. And let's have a look. D4. All right. All right, chat.
So as always, I am wrong in my predictions, unfortunately. The queen pawn is Wesley's choice for today. Hikaru with his knight moving that piece, the most flexible way of responding to this queen pawn opening. Wesley using both of his pawns to take control in on black's half. Hikaru with his pawn one step forward opens up for the bishop to get involved. Then he can go for the quickest possible castling in chess. You cannot castle in chess in fewer than 4 moves. I dare you to check and verify. But getting the knight out, getting the pawn in, bishop out, king to safety. That is a very solid approach for Hikaru.
Yeah, and he replied instantly. So of course it was not any sort of surprise. Wesley plays, as I say, from serves from both hands. Same as all of the top players. They all can play both d4, e4, c4, knight f3. They can alternate moves and they are comfortable in all of these positions. But it will become more concrete quite soon. We see that Hikaru was a little bit confused. I don't know. He looks a little grumpy, I must say, looking at this position. But now he's leaving the board. Maybe he expected something more exciting.
What Hikaru has gone for is known as the Nimso Indian defense. It is one of the most traditional chess openings. The bishop getting into play, pointing down on the white knight and the white king. And it's considered extremely solid. Wesley now taking some time on his move 4, which surprises me. Normally, when you've made your decision for your opening, you already know what kind of branch within that opening you want to see happen. And Wesley here does, after a while, figure out that he wants to get his queen out. Normally, we advocate against bringing your queen out early, but here Wesley is doing this to give extra protection to the knight, knowing full well that if you kind of just waste your move, then there's a chance of black going for the trade bishop for knight, giving white doubled pawns. And having these 2 pawns on the same row, it means that they're not able to defend each other, and they're also kind of standing in each other's path. And the main idea of this queen c2 move is to avoid that happening by having the queen protect instead. Hikaru, he castles, and Wesley now will play the move a3 to challenge the black bishop.
Indeed. I did find out who was making the first move. I also posted a link to a little bit information. It's Wish Kid Colin. It's a boy who has cancer and is visiting St. Louis with the Make-A-Wish Foundation. And apparently all the players yesterday had dinner with his family, and it was a very nice one. So that's why both players were happy to see him. Obviously, it's a very nice cause, and it's great that the St. Louis club has offer this kid a full access to the games and to the players. And it's great to spread the word and to let people support kids in such an awful situation who really need support.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of sad also, I guess, but really nice to get that experience. Clearly a big chess fan. Wesley is taking his time on move 5. I'm very much expecting him to play the move A3, which is the normal way of playing here. There's one major alternative, which is considered very aggressive. And in fact, it is this alternative that Wesley has gone for. Pawn to E4. White is just putting all their pawns into the center of the board. And if these pawns are allowed to stay here unchallenged, that will be a bad position for black. However, Hikaru, having already gotten his king to safety, he can try to exploit that the white king is still in the center of the board and that white isn't really making sure to get that king castled and out of danger. Hikaru immediately strikes in the center to challenge this white pawn advancing forward. Well, Wesley, he just continues. And he continues with a threat on the Black Knight. The Black Knight moves forward, making some threats of its own.
And I actually can see in the database that Wesley played this line with both white and black pieces. But on the other hand, I don't see any games by Hikaru yet. Maybe I will find something, but I can see that Wesley played it a lot and with both pieces.
But Hikaru moved super quickly, so there's nothing to suggest that Hikaru was taken aback or even surprised by this choice. If anything, given the stats you mentioned, Maria, the fact that Wesley has played this many times before, while Hikaru has not, that kind of seems to suggest that the confidence Hikaru exudes is about letting your opponent know that I know this is your thing. I have studied this. I come prepared, and I'm ready to face this challenge.
Yeah, exactly, and it also shows from the way Hikaru looks. He kind of looks a little bit bored, and he keeps leaving the board because he was prepared. He was prepared to that Wesley might play it, and he is playing his own line that he used against Bashir Lagrave and Caruana and Mamidyarov many times before. And leaving the board,
but also the fact that Wesley has played this so many times before, I mean, he should be so familiar with this that he's able to play quicker than what he's doing.
Yeah, indeed. But I think since Wesley obviously came prepared to put up a fight and try to complicate things and to try to win this game with white pieces, as he should try to. He probably is trying to find some move that Hikaru might not have been prepared for. So he will have to actually deviate from his own preparation, possibly playing not the best move, just to surprise Hikaru. And he's trying to find where he should do it, because otherwise, if he just keeps playing his own game, he already realized that Hikaru is prepared to play all exact same moves. All of those games ended in a draw.
Yeah. And I guess what you said about Hikaru leaving the board and just walking around, that is his that is a familiar sight for people watching this tournament, because that's what Hikaru has been doing every single day. I think now in 6 out of 6 games, Hikaru has been the better prepared player. And one of the advantages of being better prepared is that you get a time advantage in the opening, because the opponent has to think about how to react to your opening that kind of they weren't expecting, rather than you having to think about the unexpected moves from the opponent.
Yeah, exactly. It's much better to be able to walk around and to relax and to delay the moment where you will have to start to work very hard at the board, instead of solving the problems right out of the opening, especially with white pieces. It is a power move in a way. Psychologically, it is a power move because Wesley is already not in trouble. It's not a trouble positionally. It's a trouble tournament-wise. It's a trouble match-wise. He needs to come up with a plan which gives him a decent chance to try to win the game, to try to complicate things. And so far, he cannot deviate. And now I'm not sure what he's doing right now, but he definitely does remember what he played in most of his games. And that is probably bishop d3, but he might be thinking whether to play a3 instead, or maybe go for something completely different, like knight f3. And I will correct myself, by the way, not all of the games ended in a draw. Actually, Wesley won one game with black pieces in this position against Fabiano Caruana just 3 years ago. And Hikaru definitely knows that game.
So are you saying now, Maria, that every time in the last, say, 5 years that Wesley has had this position with the white pieces, he hasn't won a single time?
With white pieces? I don't think so. There are not so many. I can see that he mostly played it with black pieces, but he could not win it with white against Ding Liren. Against Ding Liren, he played knight f3, by the way.
Okay. So to kind of reiterate what you're saying, Wesley has so much faith in this opening that he regularly plays it with the black pieces, but every time he tries to go for it with the white pieces, he is not able to win the game.
Yes. We don't have that many games to really like find a correlation here. I don't think we have enough.
Are you an educated statistician?
I might have
let us have our moment. Let us have our moment.
I don't want to jinx it.
Or not. Okay, knight f3 is on the board, developing the pieces, which is something Wesley will need to do to get the king to safety. Hikaru, still in his preparation, starts making what on the Norwegian broadcast we've started calling this okay, it cannot really be translated, but basically farmers in conflict. Because here we get well in Norwegian, pawns are translated to farmers.
Okay.
So whenever they're like this, they're bundled up, challenging each other. Then we've taken the liberty of making a little special word for that. But the game continues quickly thereafter. I just wanted to make the point that this tension between the pawns is making this a game very tricky from the start. And Wesley, he develops his bishop. Wesley now ready to castle the king afterwards. Hikaru very quickly ready with his response. He does capture that white pawn in the center, like his intention was when he came up with that pawn. the pawn is recaptured by the white knight. And here Hikaru quickly moves his knight into the game. The knight is threatening the pawn on e5, but it also means that there's now so many white pieces attacking the knight in the center.
Exactly.
So what were to happen if Wesley here just took that knight with his bishop, then came in with his queen? That's an extra pawn for white.
It is, but if that happens, Hikaru is getting quite a bit of initiative. He has a choice of moves to play with the queen to a5, attacking the knight on c3, quickly creating the problems, and also attacking on e5. So it's a double attack. With the same idea, he can play queen c7, also attacking 2 pawns. He also has another move which computer suggests, but I'm not sure if it is going to happen. But f5 is also something he should consider. So that could be quite a risky move, a risky idea for Wesley to go for. I did like the play of words by Quizzy Guava, by the way, saying that they're N peasants. Yeah, that's also a clash of princesses. If we remember the yesterday commentary, how you compared the pawns to princes.
It was a pawn about to become a queen.
Yes.
I'm just that's
okay,
just logical.
Yeah, I like that. And peasant, yeah.
But yeah, okay. I agree. You make a very reasonable argument that Hikaru doesn't need to be scared of his knight being captured and ending up losing a pawn. Because after queen to a5, the queen is attacking 2 places at once. White is unable to defend both of those, which means that Hikaru would regain the pawn he initially lost.
Mm-hmm.
So what are we getting instead from Wesley So?
Is it bishop f4?
Yeah, he's still thinking.
Actually, he at least played 2 games before in the same exact position. And in both of them, he played bishop f4.
Okay, so bishop f4 makes a lot of sense.
Future? Can I see the future? Is it bishop f4 or not? He's still thinking.
Yeah. No, I guess if he has played it twice before, he's going to play it again.
But then why thinking?
Maybe he likes to think. I mean, he is a chess player.
I mean, Hikaru is really getting a lot of opponents who like to think. That's good.
I think you will find that it's more common than not among the chess playing population.
That's true. That's true. Sometimes it's just a habit. Well, yeah, he doesn't look very satisfied, Wesley. I guess the fact that Hikaru got all of the moves so quickly, he only gained the time on his clock. Hikaru gained 4 minutes.
Yeah, we have Pontifex, the Pope himself, watching, asking, why doesn't he just castle? And the answer to that question is that Hikaru's latest move with this knight has put some pressure on the e5 pawn. And so if Wesley is not careful here now, the knight will come in and capture the pawn. Exactly. And I think that's a very reasonable argument for why Wesley twice minimum in the past has gone for this bishop f4 move, because that bishop will then offer protection to the pawn that was being attacked.
Yeah, and of course, white in return, since the king is already castled and in safety, can trade and take on e4. But then so many pieces are traded, and we remember how in the game against Dominguez, Hikaru was trying to avoid the trades because he was playing with white, and he needed to try to keep the chances to fight for a win. So Wesley here is thinking the same. the games he played before against Fabiano, against Alireza, against Vashila Graf were in normal round-robin tournaments. Here it's a knockout, so it's just one game, and he needs to win this match. And if he does not win in this game, he has to play on playoff, and they likely will go for the same opening again since he prepared it. So what to do now? He needs to try to find ways to keep the position going, keep the attention going.
But this has been played, like you're mentioning already, 3 different games that Wesley has played in this exact situation. And that's just Wesley. In other top player games, this has been played many, many times also. Mm-hmm. So I'm wondering, why is Wesley spending so much time in a position that's very, very well known for this level?
I have no idea, but it's hard to imagine that he had to remember because it's only move 10. And it's his own games. Usually players can remember their own games forever. So it was not the memory, it was the decision making. Should I go for the same or should I invent something else? And again, Hikaru answers instantly.
The queen moves up from Hikaru. This is the advocated way of playing in this opening. It has been played by many, many other top players previously, trying to chase the white bishop away from the defense of the e5 pawn. Wesley immediately moving his pawn up to attack the queen, but also to give protection to the bishop. And Hikaru now steps 1 square back with the queen.
Oh, there we go. I can now see the 2 games between Wesley and Hikaru played up until this moment. So this even happened before.
But who had the white pieces and the black pieces in that instance?
Same. Wesley was with white and Hikaru was black pieces.
So these 2 players have played these exact moves against each other in the past, and yet Wesley has spent 15 minutes of his time to get here.
Exactly a year ago they played it. Yeah.
I don't understand the time management we are seeing in this tournament. But I guess it's fine because it's benefiting Hikaru. But
yeah, and it also explains why Hikaru looks so bored. Because he's happy with the outcome if they continue playing the same moves. Yeah, both games ended 3 games. Yeah, 3 games, and all of them ended in a draw.
I guess for Hikaru's mind, that's very good news because he made a draw with the white pieces yesterday, unable to pose any problems for Wesley. Wesley played a good game, and now with the black pieces, normally you're expecting to be put under pressure. Right now, Wesley repeating an opening that these 2 players have played many times before, and where Wesley has never managed to defeat Hikaru
or anyone else.
Or anyone else. Good, yeah, good point. That's gotta be good for Hikaru, and it's got to increase the chances of this match today ending up with playoffs. So I'm kind of hoping this game is a draw, because then we'll be able to follow shorter time control games to decide who gets a rest day, who gets to the grand final with all their lives intact. Let me remind you, everyone, of the format in this tournament. It's a double elimination, which means you derive a large benefit from not losing any of your initial matches before the grand final, partly because if you then end up losing in the grand final, you'll actually be allowed a second chance to win the tournament since in a double elimination, you have 2 lives. So, I mean, winning this match is massive for either player. It guarantees them a second place at minimum. And it guarantees them that for them to be defeated, they have to be beaten twice for the championship weekend.
And an extra rest day as well, which increases the chances to actually win the last final.
I mean, if anything, I think the advantage of winning this match today is too big. But yeah. I don't make the rules. And so given what the rules are, you just have to put all your energy into winning the match. It is I would say, the most important match of the tournament.
Yeah, that you're right, absolutely. And now Wesley is in a think tank again. That's really, really strange. What is really going through his head right now? Definitely not the memory loss, but like just not being able to accept a quick draw, not being able to.
But then why has he gone for this line to begin with? I mean, when he chose this opening, he must have
that
expected.
Hikaru will know exactly what to play, right?
Well, Hikaru has played in this very same fashion 3 times before. Your investigation or research showed us that. And if you're going to repeat something you have played against the very same player previously, you got to have something new and fresh prepared. But Wesley right now he's spending so much time thinking in a position that he should have been able to predict what's going to be on the board today.
Exactly. You either come already with a prepared novelty and you play it instantly and you collect your time on the clock, making your opponent think, or you just play all the same moves and you just accept a draw. But then why not play the Berlin draw, which is much faster, maybe really annoying and frustrating for the public and spectators and maybe sponsors as well. But at least it's a legit opening, which actually Wesley is probably a player who played the most on the top level before to go for a quick draw. Maybe only Mamediyarov played it more, actually.
But then also, why would he want a quick draw?
Yes, exactly.
And so this is interesting. Like today, we are going to find a winner. Sooner or later, one of these players are going to win. So why don't you try to take your chance with the white pieces in the classical time format, knowing that Hikaru Nakamura is legendary when it comes to shorter time formats? Does Wesley think that his chances of winning this match is better in the playoffs than in this one white game?
I doubt that he does have such thinking. I mean, it's quite a wishful thinking.
Well, here's what I'm just to give my experience from the last time I saw these 2 players battling it out in the Champions Chess Tour, which was held I would say like 6 weeks ago. Hikaru managed to defeat Wesley, but it was super, super close. And in one of their games, Wesley was literally one right move away from knocking Hikaru out of the competition. So maybe Wesley actually thinks that he has so much confidence in his ability that he thinks he can take down Hikaru in the rapid playoffs.
But then why sit at the board now thinking for 5 minutes for a move that he played 10 times before? Yeah. And not only him, but all the top players all played a castle before in this exact position.
So Wesley takes a lot of time, but sticks to his guns, what he has tried before without success, castling the king. And now, actually, wow, there's a spectacular move being suggested by the computer. This pawn in front of the black king. Normally, you want to keep your pawns close to the king to keep that protection. The computer engines are now advocating that Hikaru push the pawn in front of his king 2 steps forward to chase back this white bishop. And when this white bishop moves back, then Hikaru is able to capture the pawn now, since the bishop had to retreat.
And in fact, this move is going to be played instantly. You can see now Hikaru is back and he's playing g5.
Did Hikaru play this move previously?
In all of the games.
So this is something he knows.
I could have gone for prediction and collect your points, but I'm not going to do that. It's cheating.
G5 on the board. Wesley responds immediately, capturing in the center. Wesley doesn't even protect his own bishop. Instead, he eliminates the black pawn that was protecting the black knight. And then Hikaru captures the white bishop. Hikaru is now up a bishop, but his knight in the center can be captured in return. Instead, Wesley does not capture the free knight. Instead, he captures a black pawn that also attacks another black piece. But this does not come as a surprise to Hikaru, who responds instantly in return. Knight takes knight. Right now, Hikaru is up a bishop and a knight, but 2 knights are under attack at the same time.
Yeah, and in fact, CD5 is a novelty for the games of Wesley and Hikaru. So to not to retreat the bishop, this move was played multiple times before, but not by Wesley. So CD5 actually was the first move that deviated from their previous games. So they did play a lot of games, but in those games, actually, I am wrong. They did play, indeed, Champions Chess Tour game was exactly the same line. All right, so I don't have this game in my database. So we might see the game finishing in like 15-20 minutes. That game lasted for 27 moves. They repeated with perpetual check. Not
So
perpetual, but the repetition.
So they're still within, despite this being crazy right now, with all the captures and stuff, are they still in a previous game they played? I guess maybe not. So I'm
no,
seeing,
there is a difference to that game.
Yeah.
Okay, so Hikaru took with the bishop in that game on c3, and here he took with the knight.
But
right,
I mean,
so here Wesley is in the thinking. So that was like that is very interesting, because we saw that Wesley was taking a lot of time considering each move and Hikaru replying instantly. And then Wesley goes for this crazy line, which did look for a moment like the total repetition of the game that very quickly ended in a draw 2 years ago. But then Hikaru deviates from this line, saying, I don't want that draw. I want to play a game.
Yeah, so what is happening is this position we have on the analysis board right now, this has been played previously between Hikaru as black and Wesley as white. In that previous game, Hikaru chose to capture the white knight with his bishop. not capturing a free bishop, not protecting the black knight that was in trouble. In general, this position is just crazy. But it seems like Hikaru has been studying this even further, and now believes that capturing the bishop in this instance is even better. And after the white capture of the black pawn on e6, now instead of using the bishop to capture the white knight, Hikaru uses his knight, which to me makes a lot of sense because this black knight was under attack from like 3 white pieces. You definitely want to trade off that guy before he's just lost with nothing in return. And like we were saying, now Hikaru is up by a knight and a bishop, which is a massive advantage on points, but both of black's knights are under attack. And not only are both knights under attack, if the knights are captured, either this one black knight or the other, in both cases, the white pawn comes into a positioning where it's also going to attack another bishop. And the same applies if white captures the knight on d7. Here you also get an additional threat on the bishop afterwards. So even though Hikaru is up by a knight and a bishop, it's likely he's going to lose both of those things in the next couple of moves.
Yeah, and that's why it's such a cool solution to this position to take on d5 in the first place. It did look pretty crazy, right? But this game actually also was played a lot of times on the top levels. To name a few names: Mamedjarov, Vashiela Giri. They all played this exact same line many times, and even Morozevich. This all was played before as well, up until this BC3. Is this the position on the board? Yeah, BC3.
Yeah.
And
so we're getting moves in from St. Louis. Wesley decides to capture the most defensive black knight, the one on d7. Hikaru takes back immediately with his bishop, but that means he's going to lose knight number 2 in the span of just 2 moves. So Hikaru goes from being up a knight and a bishop to actually at this point being down a pawn in the center of the board. And also the white pawn is putting pressure on the black bishop. Hikaru here chooses to go rook c8, pointing his rook down on the white queen and also pointing the rook down on the white pawn, so that now you're putting pressure on the pawn with your bishop instead of letting the pawn capture the bishop. Because right now capturing would be ill-advised as the rook is ready to take down the queen thereafter.
Yeah, and now white probably will move the queen as in many games before. I just want to mention that in most of the games, it was taken on d7. I'm just trying to find what is the difference. That nice.
I'll just quickly, while you do that, I'll quickly make a point out of noting that the eval bar is currently favoring white pretty significantly in this position. So I'm sure many of our viewers are wondering, should we be concerned on Hikaru's behalf, given that the chess engines have now moved past this halfway point on the evaluation bar and has more white than black visible? And the answer to that is no, I think. Because Hikaru right now has more time on the clock than when the game started. So he's very likely still in his preparations, and Hikaru wouldn't go into this position if he thought it was a bad one. So even though the computers are not liking Black's situation, and to be honest, I don't blame them. Black is down a pawn. The Black king safety has been, it's not optimal. I think is fair to say. But despite that, Hikaru has played without thinking for every single move he's made, which is almost certainly means that he's still in something that he has looked at ahead of the game. And Maria also mentioned that this has been played before by top level players, and that's very often a good sign. It means that other players have studied the same thing and reached the very same conclusions as Hikaru has, that this position is okay for Black.
Yeah, exactly. And when you have this a huge amount of games of theory analyzed, there is no need to even work that much on the games these days. If you can just recycle someone else's work and use someone's prep, which is not only studied but also executed on the board and demonstrated that it works. I just wanted to show one line that could have happened in the game, which is also pretty interesting. When the pawn took on d7, the knight, Black actually had another option to not to recapture on d7, but a few of the games proceeded with quite a crazy move. Yes, f takes g3. And I just wanted to show that here White cannot take the bishop and promote to a queen, which is quite tempting because it's a checkmate and won. So White has to respond to that. So this is kind of like an intermediate move. And I thought it's really quite cool. But Hikaru didn't go for this.
Yeah, so in that case, Wesley would need to defend against the threats being made by the Black Queen. Fortunately for him, that was possible here by recapturing the pawn. In which case, the game would probably proceed very much like it is now, with the bishop taking out White's pawn, and then the rook getting involved, pointing down on the White Queen. So the difference between the position we have on the analysis board and the position we have in the game from St. Louis is these two extra pawns. And I guess by avoiding that trade, Hikaru is saying that this position with the pawns on the board is better for Black than without.
It's possible. Of course, it's possible that he might take on g3 anyway, just to move later, and we will see that the game will transpose into the same games as were played by Nepomniachtchi or Giri or Caruana as well. But at the same time, there are some motives that can happen with this pawn on f4. He might actually push it. With some certain luck, it's possible to get rid of the knight on d4, and then this pawn on f3 will be a real beast in this position, threatening with checkmate options like queen h3, queen g2. With the pair of bishops, Hikaru is definitely not worse here. Although the engine really prefers Wesley's position, to be honest, here I would choose Black pieces. What about you?
I mean, if I ended up in this position, I would prefer to have some computer analysis. I would hate to play this position without having some kind of pre-knowledge. I'm generally very fond of being up a pawn. So I do notice that white is up a pawn in this moment.
Okay.
I also see that the engine is saying white is better, right? So
Yeah.
just for that reason alone, I like white's position.
But how do you save the pawn on c3?
Yeah, that is a fair point.
Because you cannot put the knight on e2 due to f3, at least. I don't know if that's the move, but you would need to consider that move. Of course, knight f4 is probably a bigger problem. We don't have time to take on c3, but we'll probably lose a queen or at least lose something here. But the knight on e2 is definitely placed worse than on d4.
For sure.
Yeah, so maybe there are some other options. Well, also e5. The pawn on e5
queen takes e5. It comes to mind, and then you increase the pressure on the next pawn. Yeah, no, I completely agree that it's a tricky position for white.
It's very tricky and very double-edged.
But in modern times, we've become very much slaves of the engine and its insane ability to just be right about chess positions all the time. And now after this move Wesley played, queen back to d1, he's offering the trade of queens while at the same time sidestepping the pressure from black's rook. So Hikaru has decided that he has to trade queens. Like, if you try to avoid this queen trade, if you try to move your queen away, then now the bishop can be captured, seeing as how the queen has evacuated from your rook's influence.
Exactly.
So Hikaru had to make the queen trade. And now, Wesley is not at the board. Wesley's going to take back with the rook in the corner. And the reason for that is if he chooses the other rook, then Hikaru can come with his bishop and attack two pieces at once.
So it's pretty much forced.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. He's going to use this corner rook to recapture. And then Hikaru will still take white's pawn because then he's no longer going to be down a pawn. But now, black does have the bishop pair. And black has a threat on the white knight in the center. And if that knight moves, then we can capture the pawn on e5. So, I guess I'm coming to terms with some agreement in what you're saying, Maria, that those black's bishops working together, if I can manage to get a position with the bishop pair without having to be down a pawn, then I would be very, very happy.
Exactly. And it's worth mentioning that Hikaru actually did not leave the board after taking on d1 and waiting for Wesley, because the game is approaching the moment where Hikaru finally, or not really, but is kind of on his own, because here the theory, albeit quite late, but already finishes. So now they will start to play the game by themselves. But even this position that we have, I think there are some few more moves.
So Wesley takes back with the rook, like we said. Hikaru captures the white pawn with his bishop. And now if Wesley is not careful, like we were discussing, having the two bishops working together on this open board, which is what we call it when there's not a lot of pawns around, which means that these bishops have great diagonals without being blocked by pawns. This is a massive
compensation. Yeah.
Well, it's not even compensation, because black just took back the pawn that you
but he
lost.
Has this pawn on f4. He has like two pawns on h7 and f7 are like scattered around, and this is also a doubled pawn, which of course he can trade easily. The position is, I mean, the computer still evaluates this as slight advantage for white. To be honest, I don't understand why at all.
But I think part of the explanation is this move Wesley just played, bishop to f5. Because if Wesley didn't have a good move here, then he was definitely on the verge of being worse. But after
losing an exchange, for example, with bishop h3, that was the threat.
Yeah, bishop h3 would trap.
Yeah, so white actually had only two moves here, as I understand correctly, either bishop f5 or e6.
And Wesley, he does go for this bishop f5 move, which is very, very smart, because we were talking about how having two bishops was much to Black's advantage. But now Wesley is managing to trade one of those bishops away. Hikaru defends his own bishop. A trade is being made. Now still pressure on the knight. And Wesley jumps forward with the knight. Slightly surprising to me, that means he abandons the protection of the e5 pawn in the center. And Hikaru says, thank you very much. He says, I'll make the trade between the rooks in the center. I'll take the pawn in the middle. And now Hikaru is up by a pawn. But Wesley says, that's fine, because I have my rook in an attacking position pointing in towards your two pawns on the queen side. And Hikaru is still in his preparation. Hikaru is still playing quickly. Hikaru moves the pawn 2 steps forward, trying to get both of those pawns forward to become a new queen. Wesley takes this opportunity to capture one of those black pawns before it manages to escape. Hikaru then going for the trade on the opposite side of the board. Wesley takes back with his pawn, and Hikaru continues forward on the right side, putting the pawn on a dark square, which often we say that you shouldn't put your pawns on the same color spectrum as your own bishop. But in this case, I think Hikaru is doing this on purpose because he wants to have his bishop protecting his pawn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this is indeed looking like very drawish position. In fact, it quite for a while was following another game, not top players, but that game also ended in a draw. And I think Hikaru only went out of his prep maybe a couple of moves ago, which is just incredible.
I don't think he's out of his prep yet. I think Hikaru is still in his preparation.
He actually does look. He does look like he's still recollecting the moves from his head. And he's...
Yeah. No,
do you think he will reach 1 hour and 40 minutes on his clock?
Maybe. But this is still kind of a tricky position for Black. I don't think Hikaru could go into this without being 100% sure that this was okay for Black, because the white knight is incredibly powerful on this f5 square. The key about this square is that there are no black pawns that can position themselves to kick white's knight out. And so if Hikaru just sits here and waits, well, then white is probably going to win just using the king, coming up with the pawns, being in big trouble here. So it's actually very critical for Hikaru to still find the very best moves in order to prevent white's plans of moving their king up the board. And
well,
Hikaru plays this move.
His king, right?
Yeah, he plays this move h5 almost without thinking. And I think that's because this is still part of his preparation. Wesley comes up with his king because now Wesley is thinking, well, I can come up here and try and capture this black pawn. But Hikaru is just in time. Barely. He's like one move away from losing. If it was Wesley's turn here, then Hikaru would lose, because then the king would come forward. There would be no way to defend the pawn. and white would win having an extra pawn and having this incredibly powerful knight on f5. So there's only one move that's acceptable for Hikaru here, and he finds it, of course, because I think he's still in his preparation. He plays king h7 so that after the white king moves up, the black king will come and defend the pawn, but also attack the white knight.
Yeah, and that's why he, of course, played h5, because he had this already prepared and knew that he can play king h7 and king g6. Well, white is not playing king h4 yet. He is keeping this as a threat. Instead, he is being quite tricky. Wesley is cutting off the king using rook a6. So now king h4 is a threat again.
Oh, sorry. I thought he played rook a5, rook a6. Let me get that right. Yeah, and also the rook is threatening to capture the pawn.
Yeah, exactly. So now, well, f6 is one of the moves.
Yeah, well, f6 is, I think, the trap. I think Hikaru is trying, Wesley is trying to provoke Hikaru into playing this f6 move. Because now when the rook returns and gives a check on the king, when the king moves forward, then the pawn can come up. And after the capture, there's the very scary threat of checkmate with the rook king. So if Hikaru's not careful here, the rook, king, and knight works together perfectly to get a checkmate on the black king.
Yeah, so it is pretty tricky still. He has to be very careful here.
So even though there's almost no pawns left on the board, there's still enough pawns for mistakes to be possible. Yeah.
Yeah, so f6 should be should be played with a lot of consideration. And now is the time that Hikaru spent more than a minute thinking for the first time in the entire game. Almost moved 30, and Hikaru is thinking for the first time, basically. But even now, he's eager to make a move because he already analyzed this position at home, and probably not once. So what will be the move?
The computer engines are suggesting rook to d8, which is slightly controversial, I would say.
Yeah,
because after rook to d8,
I understand rook e8, but I don't understand rook d8.
Oh, actually, I'm opposite. I don't understand rook e8 because
rook e8, I think I
cannot get my rook forward.
No, but I think you can trade. If king h4, you can play rook e6, maybe, and then you're attacking the knight with the pawn.
Yeah, that makes sense. But my problem is that instead of king h4, I can just give a check and take a pawn. So
I did not consider.
Yeah.
But maybe your rook is getting sort of trapped, and black is instead playing bishop somewhere, and then rook e2 and win one of the pawns.
Maybe, but I'm always scared if I'm giving away a pawn, even if it's just temporary. I just, I feel more comfortable not giving up pawns.
Well, I guess knight to e3, we will play rook a8, and you cannot defend that pawn. And this is becoming tricky for white because this pawn on b4 is suddenly a passer.
Yeah. So probably this is Hikaru's plan. Yeah. Well, I guess we'll see. We'll see. Hikaru has a couple of options here: pawn to f6, rook to d8, rook to c8. Like we can say, oh, we want to get our rook forward here, but does it matter which square we choose? And the answer is it matters a great deal. If you try to move your rook to the c8 square to get that counterattacking going, then
you
rook
are
check.
busted.
forces the king back so that the king then can be caught in a double attack from the white knight. So yeah, you have to play this position with care still. Like you can't just play any move. White is the one who has the traps, the trickery available.
Yeah, so I personally prefer rook e8. Chad, what do you prefer? After all we said, f6, rook e8, rook d8, or maybe something else?
I don't think there is anything else.
Bishop g7.
Bishop
it
g7,
looks fine,
then the king comes forward.
But yeah, the king comes forward and the rook cutting off our king unfortunately prevents the king from defending the pawn.
Yeah, so our plan here, right? Here, our plan was if the king moves forward to take the pawn, then we move our king up to both defend and counterattack. But the key of Wesley's latest move is that he's preventing our king from contributing. So now the white king getting involved is very much a threat.
Absolutely. So we have to prevent this somehow. Either from e6 to block it, or with the pawn on f6, or immediately go for counterattack with the rook d8, rook d2.
Yeah. Okay, I think maybe we'll because Hikaru has been in his preparation for so long, but this is the first moment that he's thinking about the situation. And we can use that moment to actually check in with the elimination bracket because it's a nice reminder for everyone that there is another game going on as well. This is Dominguez Perez with less than 10 seconds on the clock.
We are just
and Dominguez has a move here that's winning or giving black the advantage. Instead, he makes a move that puts the eval bar completely over to the opposite side. We chose the perfect time to check in on this matchup. Levon Avronya now can capture a pawn in the middle of the board. And when he captures that pawn, he's going to be the big favorite to win this game. And Levon Avronyan, who played the most crazy match yesterday. I'm so sorry for all of you who missed it. But the Avronyan versus Karana game yesterday went into Armageddon with shocking developments throughout the match. Now it looks as though maybe Avronyan can take down Dominguez and secure his place in the elimination bracket final.
And why was rook e6 immediately better? I see that Dominguez played it, but he played it one move too late.
I think if the rook had come here to attack the bishop immediately, when the bishop then captures the pawn, the rook can give a check on the king moves, and then the rook can check the king while also attacking the white rook behind the king.
So he has to go back to g1, only move. And here Dominguez will have at least a choice between taking a draw or continuing to play on.
Well, he would have if he had gone for this variation, but he didn't. In fact, here trading the rooks will win the game because then the white rook that defended the white knight is no longer there, and black has an extra bishop.
So the bishop cannot take on d4.
Well, I mean, this was all a different variation. All of this was based on if Dominguez had played the move rook to e6, but he didn't do that. He went with his bishop first and then moved the rook. And now king to f1 would have stopped Dominguez from getting that rook into the action. Instead, as has become customary in Levon Avronyan's matches, he didn't find it, and so it's still very much wobbly. Who's gonna take down this first game? Avronian retreated his knight instead, allowing a trade into a situation where the black rook is actually very well placed to attack the white pawns, despite white being up by 2 whole pawns. So very exciting stuff going on right now with Dominguez down 2 pawns, but having some chances to save himself because of the pieces surrounding the white king.
Yeah, the white king is also cut off while the black king is quite active in the center. So although it's still pretty double-edged, I could see this game ending in a draw. Meanwhile, Hikaru did play a move, and he played rook to d8.
So I guess that's my move. If
that's your move,
if we're designating moves. Hikaru is well, he's trying to get his rook into a better position, which is good. Which is
activate
very good.
The rooks. Let him rook.
But he's also giving up a pawn. Now, if rook to h6, that's a check on the king. King only has 1 square to go to because this rook is being defended by the knight. And then white can capture the pawn. So Hikaru is losing a pawn here, but he's relying on that he will be able to create a counterattack on white's pawns afterwards. However, you need to be very careful about that counterattack, because if you try to move your rook up, if you try to move the rook up immediately, attacking 2 pawns at once, you actually lose the game, because the knight moves gives a check on the king while also opening up for the white rook against the black bishop.
That's not ideal, to say the least, for sure.
Yeah. So Hikaru still has to be careful here, but we can take some solace in the computer engines saying that this rook to d8 was the best move, and that Hikaru, after giving up the pawn, does have a solution for how he can secure himself a draw. So I really want to catch the end of this Avronian Dominguez game, because they're both down to less than a minute on the clock right now. We still have the video feed to watch out for whether or not Wesley and Hikaru make any moves. And frankly, I'm surprised Wesley and Hikaru are not walking over to this Avronian Dominguez game, because the pace at which these players now are moving, that's got to be distracting to these players. And also, it's got to pique their interest, that they're wondering, oh, they're playing so quickly. I wonder what's going on there.
Yeah, in fact, we saw in the previous days that Hikaru sometimes was paying attention to another board much more than to his own, and he can definitely afford that. He has a lot of time, but to be honest, Wesley is also not going to be in the time pressure anymore. I don't think they're going to spend that much time on their clocks. But from the layout, I think they changed the layout somehow, and now the players cannot see the board easily. They need to actually stand up and walk away in order to watch. And now Hikaru did go. We also saw that Wesley was looking to the side, I guess.
Wesley wants to go and watch.
But it's his move.
Yeah, he's not allowed to go and watch because he has to think about his move. And to comment on the moves being played in Avronian's game, Avronian is up by 2 pawns, but both players right now are focused on trying to make a new queen. And even though you're up 2 pawns, if your opponent gets a new queen, you can talk about your pawns all you want, no one is going to care. If your opponent has an extra queen, you're going to lose no matter the amount of pawns. And Lenier Dominguez is doing his very best to try and get this pawn forward, becoming a new queen. And he's also putting pressure on the other white pawns. To be honest, I can't tell whether this is going to be a win or a draw. The engines are saying it's so close. There's chances to save yourself for Dominguez, but there also should be enough potential to win for Aronian. A very thrilling end to this first game in the elimination bracket semifinal.
Yeah, indeed. And I see that there is a result. Did Dominguez resign or?
Dominguez has lost the game, and the reason is this. After King E2, he thought that after Rook takes F4, he would be able to capture the white pawn on D3. So Dominguez thought, okay, this is good. I'm having all my pieces close to the white king, but what he had not
blundered. Oh my God.
What he had not seen was how the white rook and bishop can work together. The rook coming in to attack the king, and when the king moves, the rook will be lost on the edge of the board. Levon Avronian continues his streak of exciting games and takes down Dominguez to give himself the advantage in this match.
Yeah, indeed. We need to clarify for those who maybe just joined today that Levon and Linier are not playing with the same time control as Hikaru and Wesley. And so the increment that they have, 10 seconds, is significantly lower than the one in Hikaru's game. So Linier was not having that much time after each move that he was making. It's only 10 seconds. And the position was still quite complex. Of course, I'm sure he's beating himself up for blundering that rook, but the position was already really hard to defend anyway.
And in the meantime, we do have a move from Wesley So here in this endgame. Only 3 pawns remaining for both of the players in our main game of the day. F4 from Wesley dislodges the bishop from its central positioning. And it's still Hikaru who needs to be careful here, because the white king does have potential to move further forward and capture a black pawn that's standing on its own on the edge of the board.
Yeah, he is probably planning to play king h4, but then black can also attack the pawn on... Well, they cannot really attack the pawn on a2. So what will he do then?
Right maybe now, white pawns white's pawns are pretty well defended.
Yeah.
The one white pawn is defended by the rook, the other is defended by the knight, and the third pawn is actually getting protection from its buddy.
You know, I actually start liking the rook d8 move even more now. Because I think after moving away the bishop, Hikaru has another resource. After king h4, he can defend the pawn through the knight. By attacking the knight on f5, he is also defending the pawn on h5. And he wouldn't have had that option with the rook on e8.
So, probably... this game is going to end up in a draw.
Probably.
But for the moment, it is Hikaru who has to be accurate with his defensive moves to make sure he doesn't land himself in trouble.
What happens if this ends in a draw? So there will be a playoff. First, they will play 2 games of rapid games, 10+5, and then if that mini match ends in a draw as well, 1-1, then they will play 2 blitz games, and likewise after that, if it's still not decided who wins this winner's bracket, there will be an Armageddon game.
Yeah, and we have a very good point in chat about that variation we just analyzed, Maria, because someone made the point after bishop c3 and king h4, we've seen something similar happen earlier when we put the rook on this c8 square. That after rook d5, that rook positioning isn't necessarily so good because it opens up the opportunity for white to come in, give a check on the king, force the king back, and then get a knight having a double attack on the king and on the rook. And
okay,
that
I'm
is
very scared.
Yeah, that's a very good point being made.
I'm very scared, but I think we have a defensive move that is also counterattack. King on g7 attacks the rook on h6. In fact, I am now more afraid of another move that might happen, not knight to e7 check, but king g5 that defends everything. But then maybe rook takes.
So black barely has a defense to that knight coming with a double attack because we're able to counter against the white rook. But here we have another problem that the knight we were trying to push away is being defended by the king. And the rook will manage to take the pawn thereafter. Although I guess we have been making the argument that we want to try and capture the pawn on a2. I feel like in all of these variations we're studying, it's like the computer engines are saying, yes, it's equal if you just find the right moves. But it's also saying that if you make one teeny tiny mistake, everything is a complete disaster. So I do feel like Hikaru's position is a bit more dangerous than what the eval bar is indicating. I feel like Hikaru needs to be on his best game here to avoid all the trickery with the knight jumping around.
Yeah, indeed, I do agree with the guys in chat that it's probably a losable game by a lot of people here, including myself. I'm sure with the black pieces, I will find 1 million ways to screw this up and lose the game. And yes, we do read the chat sometimes when there are smart things said there.
Combative words from Maria right there.
I know. I never really hold off.
No, I like riling up chat as well. And they're so easy. They're so easy to manipulate.
How do I know what's smart if I don't read it? I don't know. You tell me. Oh, I missed you too, guys. So is it actually played? King h4 was played, right?
And no, I think the latest move was f4 to challenge the bishop. And it's Hikaru who's now thinking about where to move the bishop. And actually,
I'm so used to him playing very fast.
Yeah, actually, the computer engines are saying Hikaru only has 2 squares for the bishop. That's not an instant disaster. So honestly, like, computer is saying these 2 squares are okay. But like, to me, it's not obvious. Why can we not go here? What's the big deal? And what is... So the engine is saying if we go somewhere else, the king will come up to capture the pawn. And if we try this defense we were planning, then the rook comes in for the check, forcing the king into that unfortunate situation with the double attack. Yes, we do have that saving grace that we can re-attack the white rook.
But we lose the pawn.
Yeah, the knight is able not only to capture the black rook, but capture the black pawn afterwards. Wow. So the reason here we need to put our bishop on the c3 square in this initial situation is because we need the bishop to protect the pawn.
Yeah. So we either need the bishop to prevent rook h6 in the first place and offering an exchange, which I'm sure Hikaru is happy with. This nasty horsey on f5 is really creating a lot of troubles. Or we need to put the bishop on c3 and defend the pawn on b4. So even if rook h6 happens, which I kind of think that Hikaru doesn't want to allow any at all, and I don't think anyone would want to.
I agree.
Yeah, so I think bishop g7 is probably more likely. Maybe we still have time for a prediction, or he just kind of like made an attempt and he's reaching for the bishop, obviously. I'm sure we don't have time for a prediction.
Yeah, so bishop to g7, our expectation, because Hikaru wants to have more pieces protecting his king. We saw some variations where the king got forked by the white knight, and we can avoid that by moving the bishop back.
Maybe we do have time. He seems to be still thinking, getting a bit more comfortable. Yeah, I think he cannot decide.
Yeah, and that's a bad sign, right? Because when you're spending a lot of time on these decisions, it means that you're a little uncomfortable. Like you're being cautious, and that's good. But it also means that like you're not 100% sure how you defend. Otherwise, you would have made your moves already.
No, I think he just moved. He just moved.
And he moved it forward. He didn't go into defense. Hikaru decides that this bishop and its best task is standing here defending the pawn. And actually also, this is a very cute cooperation between the pieces. The pawn is also defending the bishop. So this is a classic situation where the pieces are defending each other.
Yeah, but he is allowing rook h6, which is not ideal. But on the other hand, that was a threat by white for a few moves already, so he was quite content with it. Now white has a few options, like king to h4. He can play rook to h6 check, and that's probably pretty much it. Or does he have any other?
No, I'm thinking king to h4, or maybe knight to d6. Those are the attacking two F7. Only. Well, knight to d6 is attacking the f7 pawn, but more so, it's also blocking Hikaru's rook from getting into an attack, which is what Hikaru was planning to do, right? So we've already analyzed that if the king moves forward to attack the pawn on h5, the only way Hikaru can defend himself is by moving his rook up to both counterattack the white knight and give some indirect protection to the pawn. So, therefore, knight to d6 prevents the rook from getting to where it wants to go, and then you can move your king up to try and take black's pawn.
Exactly. But at the same time, white rook is going to be stuck defending this knight that is blocking black's rook. So Hikaru can just play rook d7, defending the pawn on f7, and ask, so what's next? What are you going to do?
Yeah, and then I guess the question is what
Are
to
we
do.
afraid of the discovered check?
I mean, in general, I'm scared of discovered checks, but maybe you can find a moment where it's not scary.
Well,
Uh,
let's check if king g6. Is there any jump of the knight which we should be afraid of?
yeah, King
Ah, no,
G6
but
is
bishop f6 is with a check as well. That's the point. That's why it
sorry.
works. So king g6, and if
Yeah.
knight jumps somewhere with a check, we can protect our king with bishop move, which also comes with a check. And then just king back, and black is starting to create threats by bringing up the rook.
Yeah, in general, it would be a massive success if black manages to force the white king away from attacking the pawn on h5. So
Yeah,
yeah,
the
no,
reason.
there's trickery. There's trickery afoot.
Mhm.
And Wesley has a couple of different directions he can choose to go in order to maximize the pressure on Hikaru. But I think what we're learning through investigating some variations and through looking at the computer, the eval bar, we're learning that with correct play, Hikaru will always be able to defend himself. But in some cases, it's a very narrow path he has to choose in order for there to be no problems. Which means that it's very good. Hikaru is up 30 minutes on the clock. He has 1 hour and 17 minutes left, which is plenty of time to figure out all of these traps that are in the position and navigate a safe route to a draw.
Yeah, and answering the question, what will happen against knight e4 with that discovery? Yeah, the bishop f6 obviously will be a losing move, but black king instead can go to f5 and attacks the knight. So that is also not really a bigger problem. So I think here, yeah, white doesn't really have many scary options for us.
Well, I mean, I still think that this king
You still like
h4
king
move.
h4?
Well, it's not that I like it now that we know there's a solution, but if I was calculating as black, I would be so scared to have to move my rook to this d5 square now that we know that there are some scary knight forking both the king and the rook. And we're very, very lucky that this fork doesn't just end the game and that our counterattack on the white rook saves us. But yeah, I feel like this is like a close escape in what could have been very dangerous.
Yeah, and answering the question from the chat, if this is still prep, no, probably not. Not exact move order, but the position that was analyzed probably was very close to what we see now. The general ideas were probably already analyzed, but judging by the fact how much time Hikaru spent on the move bishop c3, okay, I'm saying how much. It was just like maybe 5 minutes, which was probably the longest he spent in this entire game, which is still not a lot. But yeah, the fact that he spent some time there indicates that that was a critical moment where he was deciding whether to play more defensively with bishop g7 and prevent rook h6 in the first place, or a little bit more aggressive. But the fact that he did not play bishop b2 or something else indicates that he saw all this idea with king h4, well, rook h6, and then knight to e7, and then winning the pawn on b4. Yeah, I mean, yeah, king h4, attacking the pawn, forcing rook to d5, and then rook h6 and knight to e7. Just showing it once again. He definitely saw this motive.
Okay, that means Hikaru is looking like he will be able to defend this game against Wesley. So, in case of a draw here, this match will go to playoffs, and those playoffs will be some of the most exciting chess we're going to have all tournament. So you're going to want to settle in for a long evening. We're going to take a break and then be back with the conclusion of this day 6 in the American Cup. Hey everyone, we're back with more from the American Cup featuring the number one rated player in the tournament, Hikaru Nakamura, here with the black pieces against Wesley. So I'm Jon Ludwig Hammer. I'm joined by Maria Emilianova. And Maria, we've gotten two moves on the board in the break. King H4 from Wesley, putting pressure on that weak black pawn, the isolated pawn on the side of the board, which is unable to be defended by other black pawns. But instead, the rook is coming to the rescue, both threatening the white knight and putting pressure on the pawn.
Yeah, just as we expected, this has happened. And now white can go for that line that we spoke about, rook h6 and knight e7. And this still will lead to an equal position. This is not something to be afraid of, because albeit black has two pieces hanging, it's a fork. Black can also attack a rook in return, so we are not losing a rook.
And that is the good news. And it must be said that after this king to h4 move that Wesley chose, the only move to save the game for Hikaru was to go rook d5. So that move was absolutely crucial in this instance. And we saw on the camera feed that Hikaru played it rather quickly. He was definitely aware of the trouble brewing, and also, importantly, also aware of the measures he needed to take to make sure he doesn't end up in trouble.
Yeah, indeed. Defending the pawn by attacking the knight is a very important resource here, because the king is still cut off from the 5th rank. So Hikaru cannot defend the pawn with anything else rather than the rook, with this quite clever way. And now the knight is hanging, and white has a few options what to do. But rook h6 seems like the most obvious way. He can also move the knight. Maybe we can have a look at the potential move candidates for white here.
Yeah, the knight can move, for instance, to this e7 square, trying to chase the rook away from the protection it's offering to the pawn. But then Hikaru can just move away and keep that protection along the 5th rank. And as long as this rook is doing such a good job protecting his own pawn, Wesley isn't getting anywhere. And frankly, I think after Hikaru now has showcased to his opponent that I understand the necessities of this position, I understand that I needed to move my rook to this d5 square despite there being trickiness with the knight coming in and giving a fork. I think Wesley was kind of like, okay, if you find that defensive plan, I have nothing. I have no way of making progress, and I'm just gonna go for a draw. So I'm kind of expecting Wesley here to go for this line, and then since the black king has managed to come forward and defend the pawn on h5, the game is going to end in a draw. So this is my prediction that we're going to see something like this on the board, and that the game will end in a draw pretty soon.
Yeah, I agree with your expectation that it will end in a draw very soon. It's also possible that white will go for example, knight to e7, and maybe after rook c5 just offer a draw with rook c6. because they cannot attack anything. The bishop is standing on a perfect position, defending the pawn on b4. So white cannot attack anything anymore. So maybe rook c6, and
I would be scared to do something like this if I was white, because there's a chance if I move away from that A file on the side of the board, there's a chance black can actually do a counterattack.
That is true, but on the other hand, if rook goes to a5, maybe something like rook b6. No, this does not work.
Yeah, well, I mean, I take the pawn.
Yeah,
I feel like this is progress for Hikaru to maybe get that pawn, having a freer path to moving forward.
Mm-hmm. Can we go for a pawn on f7, maybe rook c7? I feel like there is still some trickiness here with all white pieces, because remember we mentioned that the king, if the white king gets to g5 and h6, there will be a problem for black. Now that the rook will be distracted taking the pawn on a2, maybe white has some counter chances.
Yeah. Well, here in worst case, I feel like whenever black has the option of giving a check, forcing the king back, and maybe even taking out the knight, it's just a question of whether Hikaru will manage to win with that pressure he has. But yeah, you're right. At the end of the day, it's very likely that just all the pawns disappear off the board. I feel like Hikaru's position was not as easy as the computer engines would have us believe.
Yeah.
But I also think that in the last couple of moves, the only moves where he has spent any time thinking, I feel like he's found the right ideas. He's calculated well, and I think he's about to be rewarded with a drawn result, as Wesley So realizes that all the trickery he was intending with his knight is in fact not going to be working out. And I'm really hoping, actually, fingers crossed, that this game ends in a draw within the next 10 minutes. And there's a very specific reason why I'm hoping for that. It is because in 10 minutes, game 2 of the elimination bracket semifinal between Levon Aronian and Lenier Dominguez is scheduled to start. So if Wesley So gives up his hopes of winning this game and takes this winner bracket final into tie breaks, then we can use that time to look at Aronian and Dominguez in the meantime.
Yeah, great plan, Hammer. I really like that. Let's hope that Wesley will hear us and go for a draw in the next 10 minutes. Yeah, indeed, Levon won a very nice game against Linier Dominguez. So now Dominguez will be in a must-win situation. So yeah, we'll see if he will have white pieces, right? So he is definitely going to put up a great fight there. And yeah, of course, having a playoff by the one and only Hikaru Nakamura will be also very, very exciting.
I feel like this is right now, we're so sure how this game is going to end. We know that Hikaru found the right moves in the tricky situation. We're just waiting for the game result to be confirmed as a draw. But when it is, so right now we're kind of bored waiting for our expectation to be confirmed. But when it is confirmed, it also means that we know we're going to have an epic playoff to decide this match between Wesley and Hikaru later today. So I'm a bit jittery, just waiting for the Wesley to give up any hope he has of winning this game and confirming to us all that we will have rapid time control playoffs.
Yeah, that also means that we might need to prepare some pills to reduce the heart rate, because it might be really stressful to watch those games. I feel like when you just watch the games like it was Armageddon yesterday, that's not you don't have really preference who you want to win. So you are just watching the games and analyzing, and it's really epic and exciting. But when you are rooting for your favorite streamer, then it's going to be quite stressful to watch those games. On the other hand, I don't mind Wesley spending another hour trying to find a win here, because while he does that, Hikaru is just relaxing and walking around. And in 10 minutes, he will have another game to look at and to just take his mind off the game. And I feel like the longer this game lasts, the more tired Wesley might become. And the better it is for Hikaru for the upcoming playoff.
Well, let me tell you something. If Wesley keeps thinking for another hour, then we will be robbed of our playoff. Wesley has been spending so much time in this game that he's actually down to 20 minutes, which means at the maximum, given also the pace at which Hikaru has played, this game isn't going to last more than 30 at the most.
Okay, it's wishful thinking. I'm just letting him to run out of the clock. He has an hour. Let's go.
But also, I do agree about what you're saying about the tiebreak and the excitement we can expect from that. And you mentioned the playoff we saw yesterday between Aronian and Karana, and I gotta admit, like you're saying, you're not gonna have that same tension since Hikaru's not playing, but I will say even without Hikaru, that playoff yesterday between Aronian and Karana, it was so epic, so tense. Regardless. And I think the experience of that playoff has also made me so much more excited about this one.
You need the fix.
Yeah, no, but it also really showcased how exciting these playoffs can be, which just means we want to see more of it all the time. Yeah.
It was the first Armageddon in the entire event, at least for the open section, and so now Jon Ludwig is spoiled. Now he wants it every day.
Yeah, that is definitely
Riot.
The case.
Armageddon or Riot?
Yeah. As we see Wesley making his decision, the rook comes over to the other side of the board, check on the king. Hikaru only has one legal move in this position. The rook cannot be captured. It's being controlled by the knight. Also controlled by the knight is the square G7, which means the king can only go back to G8. And Hikaru leaves the board again. But why? Wesley played a move where he knew the opponent only had one legal response. And yet he didn't sit ready with his counter afterwards. I'm kind of surprised by that. But I'm sure Wesley will make his decision soon. We have already said that my prediction is knight to e7. I think Wesley now is going to try to capture this black rook. I have missed a lot of my predictions so far this tournament, though. And we do not need to be concerned. If you are a joining viewer, we have discussed this repeatedly already, but we'll mention it one more time. We do not have to be scared about the king and rook being attacked at the same time, because Hikaru has a plan. He will make a counterattack on the white rook to save the day.
I kind of can see the king g5 also being played. Kind of. I think knight e7 is more likely, but king g5 is something that Wesley can also do in this position. I don't think any other move will be played.
Oh, and in fact, he's played king g5.
All right. I might know players more than I think.
So now I'm curious. King g5, the king moving up into the attack. What happens now if Hikaru moves his rook over to capture this white pawn? Engine saying rook to b6. Okay.
And rook if I or c6, I guess, equally strong.
And if I now capture the white pawn, then what?
Then we can take on h5, or we can give a check. Well, it's still not scary at all. It's not allowing white any winning chances. It's just prolonging the game. But rook b7.
I'm not so sure about that. Check on the king. I don't think Wesley would go for this unless he thought there was a chance he could get winning chances. And here, after check on the king moves away. The rook can try and target this pawn on f7. And if the king tries to defend, well, then the king steps into this double attack with the knight attacking both the king and the pawn. And yes, the black king can try to run away, but then you lost one pawn and you're about to lose another, in which case white will have two pawns against black's one.
Yeah, but he can play rook h2 here.
Rook h2 keeps the pawn protected.
Well, then f5, I guess, one move that he could play, but then at least we can trade the knight here and the bishop.
F5 seems like a good idea, trying to get a new queen. Like, I would be a bit nervous here. Not gonna lie. With the black pieces, I wouldn't be entirely comfortable with my opponent having such free area for the pawn to push forward and try to become a new queen.
Yeah, it's definitely probably the best chance that Wesley has to play on for a little longer. But from his body language, I see that he's not really expecting his position to become winning. He's just doing his due diligence to try to play for as long as he can with white pieces. Well, he also has bishop g7. I guess bishop g7 is another option for Hikaru that is maybe safer than a rook a5.
Bishop g7.
Rook takes and rook g2.
Oh yeah, bishop g7. And if the rook moves away, now Hikaru would have the great move king to h7. The idea being that you don't actually need to defend your own pawn, because if white captures it, then we can go with the pawn to attack the king. The king needs to move away, but when the king moves away, it will lose the protection of the knight. which means Hikaru will capture the knight and have good chances of winning.
Yeah. Still tough to win because he only has one pawn left, but this will he definitely will be happy to continue playing this game for a long time.
Yeah. So that makes bishop g7 a very interesting idea. Because also if the white rook captures the pawn on h5, then the black rook can start a counterattack on the white pawn.
Exactly.
And yeah, previously we looked at a similar position where the black rook tried to capture this white pawn on the right hand side, but in that case the white rook was creating some trouble for the black king. But now that we've forced the white rook out of position and then gone for the counterattack, that means everything is in order. And in fact, the more I'm looking at this, the more I'm thinking bishop g7, that's a really nice, safe move for Hikaru.
So yeah, he's likely now thinking between these two options. It's interesting that the engine here even suggests h4, but we can probably safely discard that idea because it just looks really strange.
It looks a bit weird. I'm not going to lie.
Why would you waste the tempo to give up the pawn which you were trying to defend, or at least did not mind to defend for a while? So I think it's between the bishop g7 and the rook a5.
Yeah, h4 is a very mysterious move, but I gotta say, sometimes these top level grandmasters, they have a tendency of playing very mysterious moves, but I'm not sure about that one.
So he's about to move. No, he's still thinking. None of the players is looking at the board.
Classic.
Yeah, but the position is also so simplified now. You don't need to stare at it. You have it in your head already anyway. Someone keeps suggesting f6. F6 just loses another pawn.
Well, maybe even the game. The problem with playing f6 to attack the king is that now this white king is coming dangerously close to the black king. And there's chances of checkmate.
And you also don't have a king g7 against knight e7 anymore because the king is cutting off our king. And yeah, f6 here is completely unnecessary risk.
I was going to say, if you move the rook away, the white rook is just going to maneuver itself to go for a checkmating idea. Actually, even this rook f6 computer engine is suggesting. Very nice.
Knight h6, very cute.
Wow. What a cooperation between the king, knight, and rook to trap the king in the corner. So yeah, we're actually we have some respect for the white king. Normally, when the king moves over to the opponent's half of the board, that's often bad. It means that your king is in very dire straits. But here, the king is actually a contributing attacking piece. And luring it even further up the board is not at all good. Rather the opposite. That white king can be a massive contributor.
An extra attacking piece, yeah. What would the idea behind h4 be? To get rid of the pawn that is not possible to defend and at the same time displace a piece. But in this particular case, it's not necessary to play that.
It seems weird.
Yeah. In some cases, it is a legit move, especially in the pawn endgames where you sacrifice a pawn to disconnect the pawn chain and make it more vulnerable to the king coming and snatching both pawns. But here it's not going to happen. White pieces are too active anyway.
So we're waiting for Hikaru. Unusually in this game, so far Hikaru has a 50-minute lead on the clock. But the moments where he has had to spend his time has been quite crucial decisions. Wesley is not having a massive advantage according to the chess engines, but he is posing some practical difficulties. So that Hikaru always needs to be accurate about his moves in order to get the draw that he's looking for. But with this game still going on, we're going to keep the camera on the players, and we're going to check in with another match we have going on, which is the match between Levon Avronian and Dominguez. This is the semifinal of the elimination bracket, meaning that if you lose this match, you are eliminated. And right now, the onus is on Dominguez, who lost game one with the black pieces, and Levon Avronian, who now has the black pieces in this game. He only needs a draw to secure himself a spot for the elimination bracket final tomorrow, which will be played against the loser of the match between Wesley and Hikaru.
Indeed.
And we have a comment in chat. Why does Avronian hate to castle? Avronian has his king in the middle of the board, but it's okay because the queens have been traded off. So that gives you a bit more leeway as far as king safety goes.
Yeah. Here it's going to be quite tough for Linear to continue playing for a win as he is in a must-win situation.
And on the camera, I can see that Hikaru is holding his hand close to the black bishop. So we've checked in with this game. I'll just point out that Levon Avronian is up a pawn, and he's also up 4 minutes on the clock. So it's looking like a good start for him in a game where he only needs a draw to win the match. In the meantime, in Hikaru's game, Hikaru did indeed play this suggestion of bishop g7, which I thought was an excellent move. And I think that's going to be it. I think Hikaru has planned out the rest of the game from this, and I'm expecting this to end within 10 minutes.
All right. We can switch back to Linear maybe to have a look at the game a bit more while Wesley is thinking. Oh, okay. So King C8 was played. So Linear probably will try to create some chances with those potentially passed pawn on the king side. The question is how to do that. You cannot immediately play f5. You lose on e5. And coordination of the rooks is also not ideal, since he cannot put the rook behind the pawn on the e file yet, because the bishop is there. So the most logical way is probably to try to trade the bishop on f2. But of course, this comes to one more piece to be removed from the board.
And frankly, I'm not sure Levon Avronian is going to be interested in making that trade. I think it's very possible that Avronian just moves the bishop back and says, I have the two bishops working together, the so-called bishop pair. I'm not going to trade with you just like that.
Okay, but then we move the rook to e1, maybe f. Yeah. And now we're threatening with f5 and probably e6. The bishop on h7 is not completely useless, but after f5 it becomes not really doing much. While the bishop on d8 is also not very active.
Okay, so we have the battlefield, a greater understanding of what's going on. Levon Aronyan up a pawn, but he is facing an avalanche of white pawns trying to make their way across to become new queens. And it's a fascinating struggle between these two players because from what we've seen of them so far this tournament is that Dominguez loves to use his time, whereas Aronian plays these rapid games as if it's bullet chess. And we're seeing that on the clocks right now. Aronian, after 17 moves, actually has more time now than when the game started. So he's playing at a very brisk pace, while Dominguez, having sacrificed a pawn, he's also sacrificing his time in the search of a plan to push the pawns forward. So exciting matchup here. And I'm having one eye on Wesley So on my other monitor to make sure we catch when he makes his move. And I'm just going to pop over to that game, not because it's super exciting.
Making a move. He's making a move. Rook h5. Hikaru instantly responds this with rook d2. And we are very close to conclusion of this game now.
Okay, yeah, because I wanted to bring this game up just so that we could see Wesley's clock. Wesley's down to 15 minutes. So if he doesn't decide to go for a draw soon, then he might very well provoke Hikaru into trying to win, or at the very least exploit the time pressure. Wesley decides to move his king back one step, abandoning the pawn on a2, but it's a trap. If this pawn is captured, Wesley was planning to move his rook to attack both the black king and the black bishop, working together with white's knight. So Hikaru decides, okay, I'm going to have to move my bishop out of the way. He still has control on this a2 pawn, making sure that he's going to be able to capture that pawn on the next move.
Yeah, white doesn't have time to give a check with the knight and open up the rook to be able to go to rook to a5, because wherever the knight gives a check, the king comes and attacks the knight, whether it's knight e7 or knight h6. White rook will not have time to defend the pawn on a2. So if knight e7 or knight h6, yeah, king f8, and they have to take care of this knight first, not having time to defend the rook on the pawn on a2.
And that's worth noting because if Hikaru instead moves his rook up, it would give white the opportunity to protect the pawn in some instances. So, yeah, I think Hikaru's got everything under control. And frankly, that's also what his body language is telling us. He's looking very confident in his position and the further exchanges being made right now.
Yeah, so what he will do instead, he might maybe try to unleash the pawns. Can king 5 with g4 be a plan, or is it too slow? Probably too slow, because we are also blocking the rook even further. So maybe rook
king
h6
g5 would go back to where you came from with that king.
The king,
so
maybe rook h6
would be a bit strange. Rook h6 makes a lot of sense in my mind, because then when Hikaru captures the white pawn, the rook can move over and try to attack this remaining black pawn from the side of the board.
Oh yeah, I want to answer the question of snowy castles, because I did notice that the evaluation bar indeed went in black's favor after our rook a5. We quickly looked at it, but we did not actually notice that in that case, after rook a5, black actually has a winning move. I think it was...
it's not winning.
Yeah, it was the knight e7, king g7. I think it is... maybe not winning. No, if king g7,
yeah,
and we played rook a5, b3 might be a bit of a problem. Maybe not winning, but it certainly is a bit scarier than we thought.
Yeah.
So even in such a seemingly easy position, you have to be aware of potential tactics.
And Wesley has avoided this trick by, instead of this knight to e7 check, he's gone rook to h6. The idea being to move this rook over to the other side of the board and start attacking this black f7 pawn from the side. And in order to deal with that, I'm expecting Hikaru to first capture the pawn. He is temporarily down. And when the white rook moves over, I think Hikaru should move his rook back into defense so that this rook offers protection from the side, making sure that white's rook is unable to make those threats. And right now we're going to get the confirmation on whether that's what's about to happen. Hikaru did take the white pawn. Wesley did move his rook over. Not only is this rook planning to put pressure on the black pawn, the rook is also making sure that the other black pawn, the one that's only 3 steps away from becoming a new queen, making sure that that pawn doesn't run away and get over to the other side.
Yeah, and then white also can stop this pawn pretty easily using the knight. So there is no progress for either of the sides after this line.
Yeah, good move from Hikaru. He does go for this rook to a7, keeping the defense of the pawn. Wesley now pushing his king up. Wesley is hoping that if nothing happens here, the white king can move further forward and create a checkmating threat on the black king, which could be problematic.
So shout out to someone named GMHikaru in the chat saying looking pretty drawish. I wonder what's the result of this game.
King h7 was played, and we kind of missed it, unfortunately. King h7 was played to make sure that this white king was not allowed to infiltrate towards the black king. Wesley went with the rook to give a check. The king is forced back. The rook returns to watch over this black b pawn, and they went back and forth for a repetition. And as we can see on the video feed from St. Louis, and also confirmed by GMHikaru in chat, this game
I have a feeling the game is going to end very soon. How did he know that?
A man from the future visiting us. Next game starting in 69 minutes, says Hikaru. So that's important information for everyone, and Twitch chat very excited about the 69. Even a lot of people spending a massive amount of channel points. But I'm afraid I have some bad news for most of us. It starts in 69 minutes for Hikaru. But Hikaru is a man from the future, which means that for us, less
Oh,
tidy
goodness.
people, then we're going to have a 30-minute fair play delay added to that.
Wow. Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot of minutes. Oh, no. Did you guys run out of your points? Where is nice?
To sum up,
Oh,
everyone,
we ran
stay
out.
tuned. We will have more chess today. This match between Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura has gone to the playoff tiebreaker. They will be playing rapid chess, 10 minutes per player. But that will start in an hour and a half. In the meantime, what we have to entertain us all is the elimination bracket semifinal between Levon Avronian and Dominguez. Dominguez lost the first game between these two players, which means for him, it's either win or go home. And Dominguez in this position is down a pawn. So that's not looking good. On the other hand, 3 of his pawns have advanced quite significantly up the board, trying to become a new queen. So it will not matter being down a pawn if you have an extra queen. But for the moment, things are not looking good for the Cuban American.
Yeah, and also we have a backup plan in case if the match between Dominguez and Aronian finishes with this game. We have quite an exciting match between Alice Lee and Irina Krush, which we can also always hope on. In fact, maybe we can quickly check it now and then return to Linear and Livon when the game gets more exciting with the time scramble.
Sure. Let me just bring that up on my screen. Oh, gosh.
Sorry.
I got logged out. I have no idea how I got logged out.
No, just. Oh, okay. Maybe that server is. Let me see.
We're gonna have to take a quick break and try to fix these technical issues. We'll be right
Sorry,
back,
chat.
everyone.
Sorry, I'm taking the blame for that.
We're back with the American Cup, and we all have a treat for you later tonight. It is the playoff tiebreaker between Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura. That is going to be some of the most exciting chess we have to offer you all week. But while waiting for that special event, we have another match we're looking at right now between Dominguez and Aronian. Aronian won the first game in this two-game rapid match, which means he only needs to survive this game in order to qualify for the next stage. But that also means Dominguez needs to win this game to avoid having to go home. I'm Jon Ludwig Hammer. I will be guiding you through these moves together with my co-host, Maria Emilianova. And Maria, it's not looking good for Dominguez right now, is it?
No, not at all. It looks like everything is under control and at Livon's position. His two bishop pair is still working really hard to stop all the pawns from advancing, and I'm not sure if there is anything that White can do to improve, even if he reroutes the knight to maybe f3 to be able to push g5. Then if he is not fast enough, Black can even create counterplay with b4 c3 idea. Are we a bit behind? Wait, I have a different position.
Okay.
d5. Yeah, I have the pawn on c4. I think one move has not come through so yet.
So pawn c4 from Levon Aronian. Aronian is trying to push his pawns up the board to try and become new queens, very much what Dominguez has been doing on the opposite side of the board with his pawns. And at the moment, it looks as though no pawns will become new queens. And frankly, that is to Aronian's advantage, as he is the one who is happy with the status quo, having won the first game of this match. After c4, knight d5 played by Dominguez. Dominguez is also down 10 minutes on the clock, which
Nothing
is adding. Well, it's not unusual, but it is adding to his problems. While we wait a little bit here for the next couple of moves, we're going to also stop by the young phenom in the women's section, which is Alice Lee, the 13-year-old making all the headlines for all the right reasons these past couple of weeks, destroying well-known grandmasters in the Pro Chess League, as well as putting her opponents down in this American Cup so far. But right now, she's facing her biggest challenge yet, the number one rated player, Irina Krush. And Irina has gotten a good advantage here with the black pieces. And it's very much thanks to the cooperation of Black's pawns. Black's pawns are working better together than White's, who have been split up, as we say. The white pawns not standing next to each other, defending each other. Instead, they are standing on their own, isolated, as we say. And that means Irina Krush can now come in first, give a check on the king, and then try to capture some of these pawns.
In fact, not only Alice has a not very comfortable position, probably first time in the entire tournament she has to defend, but also she is really struggling on the clock. She has 12 minutes against 40 minutes of Irina, a more experienced player. But everybody was expecting Alice to go for a win. She has been crushing everybody, as you said, regardless of their titles or ratings. Not backing off against anybody. All right, so Hikaru is clarifying 5 p.m. local time, but there is a delay. So thank you, Hikaru. Taking care of the chat and the commentators.
So that is Hikaru himself informing everyone that his very anticipated playoff match against Wesley So will start in 1 hour and 20 minutes. Including the fair play delay. In the meantime, we will be watching the fate of Alice Lee as she battles this poor pawn structure, the poor coordination between the white pawns, as well as, in addition to following this important final game here between the current number one and what we are expecting to be the future number one in Alice. We're also making sure to stay up to date with Linear Dominguez and his struggle to try and qualify for the elimination bracket finals.
So there was a question in chat which can spectators watch this in person? So in the past, before the pandemic and before all of the anti-cheating measures that were in place, spectators have been indeed allowed to come into the St. Louis Chess Club and watch the games in person. There was some limit because the playing venue is quite small, but there was rotation and there was always about 20, 25 people allowed. But with COVID and also with more strict measures and the necessity of introducing the delay, it's hard to allow anyone on site without breaking the rules of not sharing the moves before they actually happen on the broadcast. But there is a cafe right next to the playing venue where everybody can watch. And then they can also count on getting some autographs outside of the club. So if somebody wants to visit, they still are very much encouraged because the atmosphere there is pretty nice anyway.
Encouraged by everyone except Hikaru in chat, who says that only boomers would do anything other than watch online.
I mean, why would you even want to watch in person without being able to see the evaluation bar, right? Who needs that? It's for the past. It's for exactly boomers. Touch grass, right?
Well, as a boomer myself, I will say that attending chess tournaments are often very, very fun, as is both doing and watching chess commentary. And right now, Dominguez, despite being down a pawn for quite a long time, he's still working on trying to get these pawns forward to become a new queen. And frankly, I feel like he's doing quite a good job. Notice how this black bishop on h7 is kind of locked out of play. So right now, the move Dominguez wants to play is bishop b4, and he's done it. He wants to trade off the only decent piece black has. And, well, as often is the case, when you have a desire, someone else wants to stop you from that. Well, maybe that's not the case in real life, but it is certainly the case in chess. No one wants you to accomplish your dreams. And Aronian moves the bishop away from that trade, but that also enables Dominguez to come in behind the black pawns to make a threat with that bishop. And if that pawn tries to move out of the way, then the knight can come and make a fork on the king, as well as attacking the bishop in the corner. And that would actually put this game in Dominguez's column. So
Levon needs to be more careful than that. And after bishop f8, I suppose he can go for an intermediate move, c6, attacking the knight and forcing it to go away before he plays g6.
Yeah, so kicking the knight away, the knight moves, then you can save your pawn, but it still feels precarious with this bishop on the side of the board. I'm not sure how to win. I'm not even sure if there is a win, but I do feel like White has made some progress when the bishop is now being blocked by its own pawn, in addition to being blocked by White's. So
yeah, but at the same time, with the knight and bishop both on the king side, I feel like White also needs to be quite careful of the ideas of Black creating the pass pawn on the queen side. It will take some time. They probably need to play c5 first to then play b4. But it's still quite a possibility, and the bishop will be cut off from the action.
So we'll see if this happens, because bishop f8 is on the board. Dominguez taking this opportunity to go on the offense. Avronian responds immediately with his pawn forward to kick the white knight away. And here, look at Dominguez responding to your concerns, Maria. Dominguez keeps the knight on the side of the pawn, the board, with all of these black pawns, making sure that they cannot advance further. And here, pawn to g6, my expectation from Avronian. And then this very sneaky move, knight to a6. White is preparing here. If black just sits still, Dominguez's plan is to trade off the dark squared bishops and to say that even though white here is down a pawn, the white pawns are just so much more dangerous than their black counterparts. And we can imagine situations where you give up a knight, but in return manage to get those pawns home to become a new queen. And that is precisely what Dominguez is imagining as well. The moves are coming in faster as the players are getting low on time. G6 by Avronian saves the pawn, at least temporarily. Knight a6, like we mentioned, planning bishop c5, played by Dominguez. A trade of pawns does ease black's defensive task, but is it enough? Bishop c5 is coming. There's no clear way for black to prevent that trade. And Avronian, despite being a pawn up for most of the game, has been under pressure, and that pressure continues into the endgame.
Yeah, indeed. Notice how many times White has been chasing this dark square bishop, trying to trade it off. This is the third time Dominguez is offering a trade to Levon. First, it happened very early in the game with bishop f2, where the bishop had to retreat to e7. Then it was now on c5, and the bishop ran away. And now the third time is the charm. Finally, it looks like Levon will finally have no other option but to accept it.
So I'm trying to find those moments you talked about with the bishop trades so far being declined, but here Finally, bishop c5, offering that trade. Is this the moment where black's bishop pair will be traded off? Also possible, king b7. King b7 is something Aronian is calculating furiously at this moment. That would allow the white bishop to capture black's, but it would also allow the black king to capture the white knight. And then Aronian has to figure out, is this position good for me or not? And frankly, I'm not sure what the answer to that question is, because both players have dangerous pawns trying to make their way to becoming a new queen. But look at this pawn move, f6 pawn move. And now if black tries to get a new queen, the bishop will stop it. But the black bishop is unable to stop the white pawns convincingly, because the white pawns somehow manage to sneak their way past the black defenses. So Aronian, maybe this king move to capture the knight is going to be enough for a draw, but it is certainly not absolute. And fortunately for the Armenian American Grandmaster, he has 11 minutes to try and calculate to figure this out. I'm expecting a very long think from Aronian, because if this king move to attack the knight, in fact, is enough for a draw, then it is absolutely worth it to spend your time advantage here to make the right decision.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a critical moment, and Levon, of course, has enough time to spend at least maybe half of his advantage he can spend on this move, because it's quite critical. And he plays it.
He plays it, but he plays it quickly, without thinking for very long. If he loses this game now,
it's
his
getting
time management
very
is just
sharp now.
Yeah.
Because at the same time, with the opposite square bishops being quite having a tendency to have a draw, at the same time, for the reason that they are covering different squares, the game can become really, really sharp. So yeah, Linear also is getting some chances.
And the black king is now very far away from these scary white pawns. That is the main problem with this trade made by Levon Aronian. Probably he just needs to get his king back into defense as quickly as possible. That's probably what he is relying on. So let us analyze king to f4. If the king just tries to run back as fast as the wind. This is why Aronian went for this. He knows he will get his king back into defense. And then white is unable to get a new queen because of the blockading nature of these opposite colored bishop endgames. Because if you push your pawn forward, it's not going to help you. Even though you're so close to getting a new queen, it's not going to help, because you're never going to get this pawn past that square being controlled by both the white king and the white bishop. Your bishop is just completely unable to contribute, because the square in question is a light square and your bishop can only move on dark squares. Yeah. So that's why Aronian played so quickly, simply because he didn't need more time to realize the status of the game. He's now running back with his king in order to secure a draw.
Wooden shield for the win. Exactly. So yeah, he's now trying to run back, and he's just in time. Is there any trickery that White can do?
Not that I can see.
No, and if you play f6 first and then king h6, king g7, then the bishop is free and can go around and come from e4.
Yeah. So here, pawn to e6. This is the best trickery you can do. You can give up your pawn because then you have a free path for the other pawn. And in fact, G8? When the bishop goes back and you hunt the bishop with your king, White actually ends up taking out that bishop.
Yeah, but now the king is so far away.
Well, but you have an extra bishop.
Yeah, but is it enough against the 3 marching pawns?
Well, so some of these pawns are doubled, which so means that whenever you have doubled pawns, they're kind of blocking each other's path.
Yeah.
So I'm not 100% confident. Like, I know the computer says this is a draw, right? So it is a draw. But when you're looking at this as a human trying to calculate during a game, are you 100% sure that you're going to survive after having given up your bishop? I'm not sure.
I'm not. But that's why Levon is going to think now, or not.
Yeah, but then shouldn't he have made this decision when he was thinking about whether or not to try and grab the black knight with his king?
Well, we see that Linear is already has made, the king g5. Maybe black can play bishop g8 immediately, so there is no e6.
Well, the problem is after king, bishop g8, the bishop is getting
you go
trapped.
The other way. Not king f6.
Well, king f6 is probably king f6 also is good.
The same, right?
Because I'm very close to trapping your bishop.
Yeah. So what was the move? E5.
Aronin has played c5.
Getting rid of the doubled pawn. Interesting way of getting rid of it. Just giving it up.
I mean, getting rid of your doubled pawn is always easy if the solution is, I'll just let my opponent capture
exactly.
it.
So it's on the board. Your suggestion of e6 and f6 is on the board. They are giving up. He did give up the bishop for a pawn. But the difference is that c5 was played instead of king c8, which would have been a useless move in this position.
So here the pawn is close to trying to become a new queen. The bishop steps back to stop the pawn. The king moves up to help the pawn. And after e5, f7, Levon is down a bishop, but he has good hopes of saving himself because of a very special situation in chess, which is that sometimes you can save yourself even if you're down both a bishop and a pawn. This white bishop is unable to control the square A8 in the corner. It's a dark squared bishop. A8 is a light square. And here there are some situations where, okay, now the engine is saying winning for
A5? For I don't think he had time for A5. Why not B4 immediately?
I'm very surprised.
Yeah, he was doing so well here. I think Linear might win the game now.
Yeah. So here, Arunan had a way to exchange pawns, which would have given him the draw. As long as he manages to capture this pawn, everything is fine. But with 8 minutes on the clock,
he instantly plays A5.
And now the engines are saying it's a win for white with correct play. Or are they saying that?
Well, king takes E5 is very logical. We don't want
they're
that
not saying that.
alive.
Well, they're wrong. They're wrong.
Are they?
Okay, yeah, it's still a draw.
Okay. So what is he planning to do? B4, right?
Well, he's going A4.
Okay.
And then he's going A3. And then it turns out, funnily enough, that you can be down 2 pawns and a bishop and still not lose the game. Because after this pawn is captured, both of these pawns want to become a new queen on this queening square.
And if we play A3 ourselves?
If you play A3 yourself, sorry. So after takes, if you go A3 to block this,
C3,
then B4.
Okay.
And you make the trade anyway. So the key for black to defend this is making sure that white only has 1 pawn left and that pawn is a side pawn.
And black can just get rid of all the pawns and put the king on A8 and it's GG.
So it's only okay for black because you have like a special circumstance where you can survive despite being down everything.
That situation that we discussed the other day, where however many pawns white will have, if their bishop is on the wrong side and the pawns are on the wrong file, then there is no win.
Well, I think we're going to get an opportunity to showcase the key in this endgame.
Okay, so A4, there was no move yet.
Because Levon at this point has everything under control.
Yeah, I can see that the engines are also caught up with the depths. And even the engines are saying that it's a draw. I mean, he still needs to be precise, but there is no way he's going to let the B2 pawn alive.
Yeah, so. No, A3 is very easy, and then
or B4 and then A3.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has it all under control. And Linear only has 10 seconds left, so it's going to be over very soon.
They're probably going to play it out to showcase to everyone why black is saving himself despite being down a whole bishop. And now A3, the key move. And after B3.
It's very instructive by Levon.
Takes C4.
And by the way, the position in the game of the same value as Hikaru's match against Wesley, but in the women's section, it's Alice Lee against Irina Krush. The game quite simplified, but still white has this the disadvantage of having pawns disconnected, but they traded everything apart from a couple of rooks.
And we'll get to that position as this game concludes. Levon Avronian is giving up his pawns. And right now, Dominguez can manage to capture all of these black pawns, yet he is not going to win the game. And the reason for that is a special circumstance when your bishop is not controlling this queening square. It turns out that even if your opponent is up by a bishop and a pawn, there's not enough resources to give checkmate. Instead, this game is going to end in a stalemate. Dominguez now using his king to take out the black pawns.
He doesn't even need to take it out. He can immediately go for king B2, B6, and that's what he's doing, I think. Because it's obvious it's a draw, but he cannot offer it.
Yeah. So
king
but
B6 and then...
To showcase for the viewers, at least, even without this black pawn, the game would have ended in a draw, as there's no way of forcing the king out of the corner. And Dominguez, of course, knows this and voluntarily stalemates the Black King, even though he had an extra bishop, even though he had an extra pawn. It was not enough to win the game. And with that, Dominguez has to go home. He is out. Levon Aronian has won this game, this match in the elimination bracket. He moves on to a big match tomorrow, which is the final in the elimination bracket. He will face the loser between Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura. And with that, it's worth reminding everyone that the match between Hikaru and Wesley is not over. They have drawn two classical games, one with white, one with black. And so they are due to play more games to determine a winner. Those games will be starting in an hour's time. We're going to take a little break with this result from Avronian knocking out Dominguez from the tournament. And when we return, we will be watching a big fight in the women's section. It's Irina Krush, the #1 female player in the US, and she has been for a decade, if not longer. But right now, she's going up against the future 13-year-old Alice Lee, is vying for that #1 spot. And we'll look at that after this little break. We're back with the American Cup. I'm Jon Ludwig Hammer. I'm joined by Maria Emilianova. And we are having quite the day of chess. This is what's happened so far. Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So has made a draw in their classical game. That means Hikaru is not done playing chess today. He will have to go into a playoff to decide who makes it to the grand final and who has to go the long way round through the elimination bracket to try and re-qualify for the grand final starting on Friday. In the final of the elimination bracket, they will face either Hikaru or Wesley, whichever loses today's match. They will face Levon Aronian because Aronian has managed to win against Lenier Dominguez in an exciting rapid playoff we just witnessed before the break. Aronian down a whole bishop, but managing to construct a blockade, securing him the draw he needed for match victory. But there's other chess going on as well. And right now on the screen is the final between Irina Krush, the #1 rated female player in the US, and Alice Lee. Alice is 13 years old, but she is vying for that #1 spot Irina has held for such a long time. Although in this instance, Maria, Alice is down to less than 2 minutes on the clock. Will she be able to defend against the reigning #1?
Yeah, indeed, this is a very interesting game. The first game of their match ended in a draw yesterday, so this is a very decisive moment. And earlier today, Irina had some advantage when there were more pieces on the board. The weakness in pawn structure of Alice was looking pretty bad and quite dangerous for her and for her situation in the tournament. In fact, a couple of moves ago, I saw that the engine dropped significantly from Irina's advantage to nearly 0-0. So at this moment here, apparently trading on f4 was a mistake. And do you have some ideas on this? Why was it a mistake?
Well, I think the reasoning is that in some instances now, the white king will manage to defend against the infiltration of the black king.
So in a position.
But I still think that Irina has excellent chances of winning this game. But I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Alice will showcase some incredible endgame wizardry and make a draw without breaking a sweat. The moves are coming in quickly, as they must, given Alice's time situation. Mm-hmm. Alice is pushing her pawn forward on the left side of the board, with Irina moving her rook back. Now, if Irina hadn't traded so early on with the pawns, she would have prevented the potential for White's king to move into the h3 square. So basically, I think the main reason for why this trade was bad is because it allowed the White king to come up here and maybe prevent the Black king from lurking up the side of the board towards the white pawn there. Anyway.
So it was not the trade that was wrong. It's the timing of the trade that was wrong, that Irina was, she had a chance to improve the position of her pieces, rerouting her rook to g7 and then taking the pawn or bringing the king all the way to g4, threatening with taking on f4 and winning a pawn. So using the fact that white king has less squares with the pawn on g3, than after a trade having options to go even to h4.
But now, given the position on the board, Alice has given up a pawn on the side of the board to disrupt the coordination between the black pawns, given that those pawns were defending each other. Yes, Irina does win a pawn, but then she also gets isolated doubled pawns, which is not great in chess. Alice immediately tries to regain the pawn she gave away. And Irina can try to give a check. And when the king moves away, she can try to push her king forward. I guess this would be Irina's best chance of winning this game. But she's got to be cautious, because even though she's about to win this H2 pawn, now Alice has a pawn that can try to make its way forward and become a new queen.
Yeah, so white is first to create a passed pawn that crosses the equator of the position, which means she will be attacking, and Irina will have to play quite carefully. And if she does not let the white to take the pawn on a5, then she has to come back with the rook. And I guess then white king will go back to g3 again.
Then the king can just sit here and wait and stop. Yeah. So after this rook c5 move, if the king moves to the left, that would allow the black king to move forward. So maybe you rather want to move the king to the right, because then the black king cannot progress.
Yeah, but on the other hand, maybe white even has time to run with the king to d4 and kick away the rook and just forget about the pawn on h2, because the pawn c4 is so further advanced.
Yeah, that would be, I think, a controversial choice, but you could potentially do that. And we could get a position like this one, where according to the eval bar, suddenly white is doing very well. So yeah, no, it's still a very tense endgame. I don't know if that promises well for Alice, though, given that she has only 1 minute, 30 seconds left. Like, she doesn't have time to calculate whether giving up the pawn on the side of the board is good or not.
Of course, she can calculate while Irina is thinking, but there are so many moves that Irina might be thinking of. Obviously, rook g7 is one of them, but there are just also options like rook to d7, rook to c6. Well, maybe not so many. Maybe Alice can actually spend time thinking here and come up with a plan so that she doesn't have to spend any of her time on the clock.
Yeah, maybe. I really like your line about crossing the equator. I'm going to steal that if it's okay with you.
It's fine. It's not my line. I stole it from somebody else, so that's okay.
Oh, who did you steal it from?
I think it came from some commentary in Russian.
Okay, nice. Some colorful language.
Yeah, we are coming to that topic again with all of the expressions in the Soviet era.
We're waiting now on Irina Krush and her next move. Irina having 18 minutes is nice, but at the same time, when you play these kinds of end games, it feels like you never have enough time.
Yeah, I can see Irina going into time scramble quite soon.
People in chat is asking, when is Hikaru playing? I understand perfectly your impatience. We would love to get that playoff going as well. But the fact of the matter is, it's not starting for another 37 minutes. That being said, once the playoff starts, they don't take a break. They go boom, 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 boom until the match is settled. That means if you have snack emergencies or similar, you may want to sort that out now immediately, because once they start, they're not breaking until they have a winner.
Indeed. And if you need to go to the bathroom, do it before 6:30 Eastern time, because then there won't be any chance for that. Oh no, my Cheetos. What is your snack emergency when it comes to the chess game?
I mean, if I told the truth, I wouldn't need to think, but I don't want to tell the truth. I feel like your snacking tells a lot about you as a person. So I want to come up with something that's cool, but at the same time, reasonably healthy.
Okay, how bad can it be, Hammer? What are you snacking on for real?
I mean, I've been trying to promote an unorthodox combination of carrots and chocolate. So I've been trying to promote chocolate coated carrots.
Okay, and are you making them yourself?
Well, unfortunately, the rest of the world hasn't really caught up to the brilliance that is chocolate coated carrots. So for the moment, yeah, I do have to fix it myself. We're just going to stop by the last couple of moves we've seen here, because this game is approaching its end right now. After having a long think, Irina Crush decides on rook to b7, allowing the pawn on the side to be captured. But in return, she manages to push back the white king. And as the white king goes backwards, the black king can go forwards. And right now, there's only one move in the position to save Alice Lee. She needs to find the move rook to a6. The idea being that you need to capture the pawn on e6, because if you instead take a free pawn on the side of the board, the black king will be able to first take one white pawn and thereafter take the next one. And Alice, she is up to the task. Rook a6 is on the board. Now, rook b6 is a very sneaky move from Irina Crush. Irina realizes that she wants to capture both of these pawns so that she can have two pawns next to each other that can support each other on their way forward to becoming new queens. So Irina now is going to play rook b6 to protect that very important e6 pawn. And here, there's an incredible save for Alice. Alice here, the only move to save her, rook a4.
It's a lot of only moves to find in just 1 minute left on your clock when you're 13 as well.
Yeah. And the idea here is that if now the black king captures the white pawn will move forward, attack the rook, but that's not the end of the story. The rook will also put a check on the black king, and that means the king has to rescue itself. The rook is lost, and then Alice would win the game. But yeah, that's a difficult move to find. And honestly, I'm surprised Irina hasn't played this rook b6 already. It's screaming out to be tried because it really puts white to the test.
Yeah, for sure. While we're waiting for Irina to play it, chat really wants to know what type of chocolate are we talking about?
I mean, chocolate. Like, not you wouldn't have anything in it. Like, you're not gonna have Oreos. Like, that's not chocolate.
No, I mean,
You
what
just
type? Is it dark chocolate or white chocolate?
plain chocolate. Dark, I think. Dark, yeah.
Well, I've seen that the majority of chess players who use chocolate as a snack at the games mostly go for dark chocolate, and I don't think it's a coincidence. I think dark chocolate has more like antioxidants and is better for brain.
Well, it also has like it affects your blood sugar less, right?
Okay, yeah. So it's more
Um,
healthy and more and less disbalancing for your energy levels, I suppose. But yeah, I'm not sure
yeah,
if.
actually, I don't know if you know this story, but Magnus was at times famous for his orange juice that he would drink during his chess games.
Yeah,
But
I remember those.
yeah, but after talking to like the nutritionists at the Norwegian Olympic Committee, Magnus stopped using his orange juice because it had a bad effect on the blood sugar.
You remember him taking a lot of protein shakes and some kind of like yogurty like products.
No.
All right, we saw rook b6, and Alice actually instantly responds with rook a4.
Yeah, she had already seen that rook b6 move. She had understood the trouble she was in. If she had taken the black pawn, then the black king would be able to capture both of white's central pawns. That would be a disaster. She also realized that if she made the trade between rooks, then she would struggle to defend her pawns. The king would then try to defend the pawn on f4, but the king would then need to stay on that square to defend the pawn. And in fact, here after h5, it would be a Zugzwang situation, meaning that white not only has the option to move, white has white has no choice. You must move. And when the king moves, you will lose that very important pawn. So there was just one saving grace, and that's the one Alice found. Rook a4, great move. Right now, it does look as though Alice is going to be able to salvage a draw from a difficult position.
Yeah, indeed.
Although, what happens after rook b2 now?
King e3.
Yeah, Engine is saying king e3 is the only move, but then the rook can give another check.
King
and
D.
Now the rook is not with that trick with a pawn.
Yeah.
So here, the only way of not losing instantly is moving the king up, but then you give up the pawn. But apparently this is good for white because now your pawn is trying to become a new queen. This endgame is not over. This is still tremendously complicated, but it's complicated for both sides. In searching for the win here, there's a chance Irina might actually lose the game. She might be too focused on trying to win some of the white pawns that she kind of forgets about how dangerous this other guy can be.
Man, I really hope it's going to be a draw because I want to see their tiebreak. But their tiebreak is going to be with the same break between the games, or is it going to be less, or maybe even start at the same time?
Normally, the tiebreak would start at the same time as Hikaru's, but if these girls are still playing in 30 minutes, well, they can't start the tiebreak at the same time they're playing their classical game.
Yeah, for sure. But I don't think they will be still playing because their increment is only, 10 seconds?
30 seconds increment per move right now.
No. Right. They are playing in the winner's bracket. You're right. It's 30 seconds per move. So they could be playing. for another 30 minutes.
I think so. There's no easy resolution to this game anytime soon.
Oh, well, we will see. So far, Irina is thinking, and the longer she thinks, the more likely they will end in a time scramble. And yeah, as you said, they're playing for 3 results at the moment. Yeah, I do like this rook b2
I mean, in terms
possibility.
of
I don't like
in terms
it for...
of
Yeah, sorry.
yeah, in terms of just posing problems for the opponent, I think it's a great move because it's psychologically difficult for white to abandon the pawn here, for instance.
Well, apparently it's still a draw, but she needs to be really sure that it's not losing to let this king go all the way to d4 and push c5 pawn.
Yeah, I mean, we could have something like this.
But then rook e7.
Yeah. No,
Black cannot defend e6. Very double-edged.
This is fine.
This is fine. Everything on fire. Thank you guys for the primes. The game will start in less than 30 minutes. The game of Hikaru. Found repetition. That's not so easy in such positions. I feel like they will play until the bare kings.
Well, yeah, well, there is a repetition here, of course. Like Irina can go rook b3, and then Alice goes rook a6.
And then rook b6 again, and nobody's taking the risk.
Yeah. But I think Irina wants to win. She's gone rook b2 check.
And Alice immediately responds with king e3.
And now Irina has given the other check again. And now we're going into the position where the computer started to think that it was white, not black, who was fighting for the win. Irina is going for the critical line, but in checking the white king away from the defense of the pawn on f4, she's also checking the king closer to support the pawn that's trying to become a new queen. This game just got very tense.
And king d4 is on the board. Alice has not been spending any more than 15 seconds for the move, even though it's a very critical, very difficult position. And after king f4, she's going to go for c5 because there is no other move.
Yeah. King takes pawn. Alice cannot let herself be distracted by capturing the black pawn. That would be bad. That would mean that the black rook comes in position to check the white king away so that the black king can capture the white pawn. Black would then have two pawns working together, trying to become a new queen. This is very advantageous for black. On the other hand, what she is going to do after king takes pawn, she's going to say, there's no rush capturing the pawn on a7. I got that pressure going all the time. Instead, I'm going to push my pawn forward immediately. And then if you try to do this kind of check idea that worked previously, now it doesn't work because the white pawn just works its way up the board. And here the white pawn, one step away from becoming a new queen. Black can try to stop it, but since the rook didn't get distracted by the pawn on a7, the rook is in place to block the black rook and allow the white pawn to become a new queen.
Wow. Yeah, this might end terribly for Irina. All right, king f4 is on the board. And c5 immediately. Yeah, she does not doubt herself. She does not double check. She does not second guess her decisions. She just goes for it.
Very, very good play from Alice. Alice was in a terrible position just 10, 15 moves ago, but now she is the one pushing her pawn forward, trying to get a new queen. And while she was down by 20 minutes on the clock, having only 2 more minutes left, while Crush had more than 20, that time advantage is about to turn around. Alice has gained time compared to previously, while Irina is soon down to minutes
Alice,
as well.
in fact, tripled her time, while Irina halved hers. That's the math. Yeah, so c5, and now Irina pretty much has only move. Rook b8. She has to retreat with her rook. Rook b7 would allow c6 with a tempo, so rook b8 is probably going to be played if she is planning to retreat the rook. But if not, well, she does not really have many other options. She's not in time to take the pawn on h2.
Yeah, she needs to play this rook b8 move, but she also needs to take her time to realize that's the correct path moving forward. So the advantage of rook b8 as compared to rook b1 is that when the pawn now pushes forward, check on the king. This is the same we saw in the other analysis we did. The king moves forward. Black manages to take a very important white pawn. But earlier, when the rook was over here, when the white pawn advanced, the rook was unable to defend. Yeah. But here, the rook will be able to block the pawn's path. But rook b8 was indeed not played by Irina. Instead, she's going rook b7. The idea here is to keep hold of that pawn on a7 while trying to block the white pawn from becoming a new queen.
Yeah, and look at the evaluation now. The truly evil bar is giving Alice advantage for the first time in this game. And it's plus over 1.4 at the moment after she plays c6.
And that's a guarantee that she will play this pawn advance. No doubt in anyone's...
No, she actually played rook a6. Unless I'm getting the moves wrong, I just got the move rook a6.
Huh. Okay, so Alice, this is actually very typical of when you've been trying to defend a difficult position. Even when the game turns around in your favor, you're so obsessed with defending that you kind of forget that you can attack instead.
Wow, that's a very good observation. Yeah, it happens so quickly.
Yeah, but she might go for the win still, because this pressure on the black pawn is not a bad idea.
Yeah, but apparently almost any move now with the rook will give Irina the chance to survive. And it's quite strange to say about surviving when Irina was pushing the entire game.
Yeah, but now after rook e7, which Irina has played, we can still push the pawn forward. Like, this is still very similar to the situation we saw earlier. Alice instead goes rook d6.
Yeah, but I think the difference, maybe not.
Now, this is interesting because she's preparing to go. If black now just moves the pawn up on the side of the board, Alice is preparing to first use her pawn, then have the rook defended by the pawn trying to make a trade. You can't really make that trade because then white's pawn will become a new queen. But as the rook retreats, you can continue forward. And you can try to use that same idea on the next step. And then the white king will come in support. And then the white rook will challenge the black rook, and we'll get a position like this where white is up a rook.
Yeah, but the black is in time, I think, with the
Well,
pawn.
the engines are saying black is in time, but as a human player, how do you know? Like when you're sitting at the board, this looks kind of winning for white, right? White still has a pawn here. You can try to take out this black pawn, and then you can sacrifice your rook on this pawn to try and get a new queen. Like I can understand why
That's
Alice
pretty scary,
feels
yeah.
this is. I don't think she's given up on winning yet. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. I think she still feels there's potential here to go for the win.
Yeah, but instead of a5, no, wait, we played c6 and h4, right?
Yeah, instead of h5, Irina has gone a5. So Irina has her own pawn on the side of the board, trying to push this one as far up as possible.
So and if c6 now?
Yeah, well, if c6, then the rook is kind of blocked in so that the rook cannot go over to the other side to stop the black pawn. Then. So maybe Alice here is a bit concerned that this pawn is going to run away. So she might feel like the prudent course of action here is to move the rook over to try and capture this pawn. But in that case, Irina can try to push white's king away from the pawn in the center and take it out with her king. So this is just a tremendously tense position where both players are very low on time. Alice does indeed push her pawn forward, but so does Irina. And now we've got a race on our hands. Both players trying to get a new queen, but Irina is up a pawn, and Irina has her rook in a position to stop the white pawn, whereas Alice right now is not stopping the black pawn.
Wow, still so double-edged. And Irina, meanwhile, is going lower and lower on time. She still has 5 minutes, but it's getting closer. Right, so the move that was last played is a4.
And that's an annoying move for Alice to face. Because not too long ago, she was focused on, oh, I'm going to get a new queen, and your pawn, I'm not even going to bother taking your pawn. I'd rather try to get a queen.
Yeah.
But now that pawn she chose not to capture is 3 steps away from becoming a new queen itself. And the white rook is not placed in a position to deal with the pawn's advances. Right now, I mean, this game has gone a bit up and down, which is natural considering how little time these players have left. Right now, I would say Irina is the favorite to win, if any.
So there is one moment which I want to point out here. So in this position, white king has 2 options how to go for the pawn. And even though it looks logical to go king c4 because you are in the square, it's a losing move, while king c5 is a good move. And
yeah, but
does anybody in the chat know what the idea is called? That when the white king will go for both stopping the pawn and creating a threat. What is the name of this idea in the endgame? Anybody? Oh, Mr. SN, I don't know how to pronounce, sorry, but yeah, Reti idea is indeed how it's called. It's usually in the pawn endgame, but here I think it's the same, is it?
Well, moving the king was never on the table because moving the king will give up the important pawn on e5. So Alice, she goes rook d7, trying to make a trade here to let the white pawn in and become a new queen. Irina cannot allow that trade to happen. She then moves back, but having moved the rook, Alice now can use that rook to try and stop the black pawn. Now, I'm very surprised by this next move. Mm-hmm. Irina had the opportunity here to use her rook to check the king, force the king away from the defense of the e5 pawn so that the king could capture thereafter. But instead, Irina is using her rook to attack the pawn instead. And actually, come to think of it, that was much smarter by Irina than what I was thinking, because now when the pawn
she did not want to let the king go further for free, and she did not care about the pawn on e5.
Well, she does care about this pawn, but she also cares about having her rook block the white pawn. So now when the white pawn moves forward, Irina has a distraction on the left side of the board. But look at the eval bar. The eval bar is not liking this distraction, saying this is now a winning position for white. But I did like Irina's idea because now, in order to stop this pawn from moving forward and then black being able to capture the white pawn, Alice has no choice but to move her king up to support her pawn. And when the king moves up to support the pawn, then Irina can capture the pawn in the center. And then the engines are suddenly saying this is winning for white. And I don't understand that. Because yes, the white king will be able to move up and kick the black rook out of its defensive positioning. But what now about pawn to f4? Why is black not creating very dangerous threats with this pawn marching over, trying to become a new queen, while the white king is distracted trying to take out the black rook? This game, even though the eval bar is massively in Alice's favor, this game is still very much double-edged. And with the limited time the players have, I don't know that Alice is going to win this.
It's really difficult. Yes, guys, we can see rook takes a3 and stopping the pawn from f3, but then king e4, and how do you stop the pawn? And then if white forces the black rook to take c7 and recaptures it, and then white rook will have to take the pawn on f-file, black still has the pawn on e6.
Yeah. Well,
and it looks winning, like from afar, it looks completely winning for black.
We'll get to test the variation though, because precisely the moves we had on the analysis board has also been played in the game. Engine now saying that rook takes pawn is the only way for Alice to win.
And she does it.
But I don't understand why this is so significant. Okay, so rook takes pawn, king moves up, like you said, Maria.
Well, now the engine is kind of like, I'm not so sure if it's winning anymore. King e4, quick king d7.
Okay, so we'll
black
have
to take, yeah. f3.
Well, maybe we don't even have to take. Like, we could also move our rook away.
You want the king further away.
Yeah.
But it's still one point. It will still be one square away from the pawn on e6. So I guess f3, king d7.
Maybe okay, I'm not sure where you are.
Rook a1. We have to play rook a1.
I have no idea where you are. But anyway, Irina's moves are much easier to play here than Alice's, because Irina is just trying to get her pawn forward to become a new queen. So Irina will play king e4, 100%, easy move. Alice, okay, Alice will probably try to kick the rook. That's not too difficult. And then the question is, what happens if the rook takes the pawn? What happens if the rook doesn't take the pawn. And it's not, either choice is not really clear to me. If you take the pawn and then push this guy, the white king will try to get back. Pawn tries to become a new queen. Rook tries to stop the pawn from becoming a new queen. King comes to help. King captures pawn. And here, after h5, I guess that's fine. Yeah, so king here, trying to take the pawn. And now h4 is the only winning move. And then after...
Well, this is winning.
Yeah. So this is how Alice wins the game. Because in this position, if it was black's turn, king f6 is actually a draw because the white king never gets off the edge of the board. But because it's white's turn, the king can move away and support the pawn becoming a new queen. So once we've managed to calculate this, we kind of cheated because we made the moves on the analysis board while the players will have to kind of make the moves mentally, thinking in their brains. Now we also understand that after king e4, the king moves up. If the rook moves away, allowing white to get a new queen, then the black king, the white king might be too far away for some reason. I don't really
this is a huge difference. For some reason, promoting is bad, but instead white has to play rook c3. And the idea is that they don't recapture on c8 with the king, but with the rook. That's crazy. That this is such a massive difference. Because the rook was on c3, so it has to return to c1 anyway.
Well,
so we save...
It can go here.
Or can go to f8, but we save one move for the king. And that is all the difference, because then at the very end of the line that you just showed with the king on h6, white will have that extra tempo to go to g7 and promote the pawn on h5.
So,
and good luck finding that at the board.
Yeah. Instead, Irina has tried to move king f5, which is also interesting because now there's going to be two black pawns working together trying to become a new queen.
But now there is a huge move for Alice. Not king d7, but king b7. And now black has to capture, because if they don't, then rook a8 instantly wins the game.
Yeah, no, this is just too complicated to do commentary on, let alone play with just minutes on the clock. Instead, from Alice, we've had rook a5 check, which the engines are saying is a mistake.
Blech. Yeah, the engine said this is not the move. Get off the board.
Yeah, but I mean, what are the odds of Irina not making a counter mistake? The engines
I would have played e5 without thinking.
Yeah, me too. But the engines are saying king to g4 is the saving grace for Irina Krush in this position.
Because of king h3 idea.
Yeah, the idea.
But who even thinks about that pawn now? You want to push your central pawns, E and F. What are the odds, chat? What do you think will be played? E5 or king g4? I mean, there is also king e4. But king g4 is much better.
Well, let's just say I think Irina is going to play e5. And I'm honestly surprised she's been thinking this much about it. After e5, king d6, f3. Yes, you lose one of your pawns, but you do get your king further forward to support your own pawn. And the engines are saying this should be a draw. So I think right now this is going to be a draw. And I would really like the girls to play faster, because in 3 minutes, the playoff we've been anticipating with Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura is starting. I would love to get a resolution in this game, but I'm afraid.
Come on, girls, play faster. Well, since she did not play e5 yet, she played king e4, and it's also losing. Wow.
King e4 is a very strange move.
Yeah, she did realize that e5 is not the move, but she went for the wrong move with the king.
Yeah, but still, this is tricky because this is the lines we analyzed earlier. But it's very weird that she's putting her king in front of the e-pawn, which she clearly wanted to push forward.
Yeah, she needed to go to g4, not even because she lets her both pawns to roam freely, but because she needs to eliminate the last remaining pawn and have 3 pawns against the rook, which gives her the best chance of drawing this game.
Yeah.
Wow. Alice is on the last seconds.
Let's just say I think there's still chances of mistakes being made.
Yeah, king d6 was played, and I think that's also not the move. Why king d6? Why not king b7 or d7?
I think she wants to eliminate this black pawn before it tries to work together with the other black pawn.
So she got scared that black might be...
I think if both pawns start running together, you're scared that you're going to lose the game. But now you're not going to win the game because your king is being distracted from kicking.
No, but her idea is to play rook e5 check and rook e6, and then hopefully even snatch the h6 before the pawn on f promotes.
But it's not happening. Rook e5, king d3. Your pawn is about to become a new queen. So you stop it, but the king comes over, and now you have nothing better than just going back and forth.
Or king d7 first, and then...
Yeah, but then you risk losing. So
do you?
Yes.
The king is too far.
Well, the king is certainly further away than black's king, so it's an unnecessary risk. But we're going to have to move over to Hikaru's game to summarize this big duel between Irina Krush and Alice Lee. The game is going to end in a draw after an epic struggle. Both players are trying to help their pawns forward to become new queens. But that also means that both players will lose their rooks to avoid the queens coming in. The game between Hikaru and Wesley was supposed to start right now, but on the camera feed from St. Louis, we can see that no player has sat down at the board just yet. Maybe they're actually waiting for Alice's game to finish before they start the epic playoffs between Wesley and Hikaru. And what a breakthrough Alice has had in the last couple of weeks. Right now, her game is so important that Hikaru will have to wait to play his games because everyone wants to see Alice in action. And we're not going to have to wait for very much longer. Irina has sacrificed her rook against one of these, the dangerous pawn, but she also has her own pawn trying to become a new queen, and the game will end within a couple of minutes.
Yeah, I can imagine both Hikaru and Wesley watching this game and delaying the start. Or maybe they were even told that while this game is still going, they cannot start because the ladies are solo on time, which also makes sense, that to not to have any distraction and just let them finish this game.
But the game is going to end in a draw. white has no other option than to attack the pawn to prevent the pawn from becoming a new queen. And when the black king comes in to support, the white rook will try to check the king out of defensive position, and they will end up going back and forth, back and forth.
Yeah. Well, it's a shame on one hand that Alice did not find the win. She only needed to attack the rook instead of king d6. But on the other hand, that means that all the fans are getting another exciting show with Irina and Alice going into a playoff.
Yeah. And now these back and forth operations has started. The check from the rook on the king. The king has to move away. Now the rook must go back to stop the black pawn again. And this game is over. It's going to be a draw, and we will have the playoff with Hikaru and Wesley starting momentarily. Although at the moment, we're not seeing them sit down at the board. That kind of surprises me because both Wesley and Hikaru, of course, strong enough players to realize that this is going to last a maximum of one more minute. You would think they would take their seats.
Guys, it is indeed possible to also sacrifice the rook for the f2 pawn, but it is quite dangerous because both players are in really low time. So if they don't have a possibility to calculate all the line until they end, it actually looks like black might be winning because the white king is so far away. In fact, we can play it on the board. White has just enough time by one tempo to be in time for that. They need to run with the king, and if h5, well, maybe, yeah, this looks like the draw, yeah. But if black played h5, h4, and then king g2, h2, there is just one move that saves white. Yeah, so here
I'm confused.
No, let me tell you. So with the king on d6, h5, right? King e5, h4.
It's white to move here.
I guess we took the pawn differently. Yeah, never mind then. Anyway, in some situations, white has to sacrifice a pawn and lead the king on h3 and then stalemate the black king.
The game has ended in a draw. This match is going to playoffs, as is Hikaru Nakamura against Wesley So. We will be right back when that Hikaru and So match gets started. We're expecting it to kick off at any moment, but at the right now, we can see that the players are not sitting down. So we're going to take a little break.
Let's go.
We are back and the players are sitting down. The games have started, and Hikaru Nakamura, he is done with the draws so far against Wesley So's King Pawn opening. He has gone for the Sicilian like he did with great effect against Lenier Dominguez. So this playoff gets off to the greatest possible start after the knight comes out from white. The knight comes out from Hikaru. Wesley tries the bishop b5 Rossolimo Sicilian. Hikaru responds in unorthodox fashion, being very aggressive with his pawns in the center, then developing his bishop in a way you're not supposed to, the bishop blocking the path of the pawn so that the other bishop cannot get into the game. But the pace at which Hikaru is playing does suggest he's still in preparation.
Yeah, indeed, they will be playing this out fast. In fact, we are indeed again in the situation where Wesley is in the line that he played many times before, but now they deviated. Now after knight f6, he keeps playing very fast.
Wesley has traded one of Black's pawns, but this means that Hikaru has the long-term advantage of having two pawns in the middle of the board, whereas White only has one. The problem, on the other hand, is that White has some nice pressure down the central file. And Wesley is taking his time on this move. Hikaru has not castled yet, but he's about to castle on the next one. That's not going to be a problem. Wesley considering his options as to how he's getting the pieces on the queen side developed.
Yeah, and now White needs to finish development somehow. Maybe bishop g5.
Bishop g5 also seems sensible.
Yeah, but he can also play rook d1 and play against this pawn that is delayed behind on the d7 square. No, he plays bishop g5.
We got a question in chat. Is this a 10-minute game? Yes, it is. They have been playing a 1.5 hour game earlier today, but now in the playoffs to decide who qualifies into the grand final. It's 2 10-minute games with 5 seconds extra per move that's being made. And right now, Hikaru is under some pressure. The white queen and rook working very well together along that central D file, pointing down on the black pawn. And that black pawn is going to be difficult to defend in the long run.
Yeah, for sure. But of course, Wesley also needs to finish his development. And right now, the knight on b1 has a difficult choice where to head to a3, but then what to do next, or to d2, temporarily disrupt the coordination between the rook and the queen and releasing the pressure on the d6. But he really will need to do that as soon as possible. Another option is, of course, a typical idea in this Chelyabinsk structures where bishop takes on f6, and using the fact that the bishop cannot recapture due to the losing the pawn on d6, black will have to double the pawns on the f6.
And that could be disastrous for Hikaru. I gotta say, this opening, for the first time in the entire tournament, Hikaru has not gotten a good opening, and that also spills into his time usage. Also, for the first time in this tournament, he's not up on the clock.
Yeah, he definitely will have to start thinking way sooner. And I wonder, where did it go wrong? Where did it become tricky for him? Maybe some line was mixed up.
And we can see on the video Hikaru taking his time, making some faces, deciding here to move his knight and offer a trade of bishops. Hikaru's playing the Bon Cloud. Hikaru is genuinely in this American Cup. He's playing the Bon Cloud.
Delayed Bon Cloud.
Delayed Bon Cloud. Okay, whatever. He's taking back with the king. The reason is, after the trade of bishop, if Hikaru takes back with the queen, well, then he only has one defender of the d6 pawn, whereas Wesley has two attackers. So the only way to keep this pawn defended is by using the king to help out.
Okay, it's kind of like Bon Cloud. I like this expression, actually. The thing is, if the king on e7 is safe, and right now it is safe because there is no knight to go to d5 and give it a check, and there is no other piece after the exchange that can pose any problems for black. Yeah, it might work.
Bon Cloud Sicilian, chat says, and that is very much the case right now. Imagine Hikaru winning this match now. The YouTube titles just write themselves.
Perfect content here. But now, yeah, the Wesley is thinking whether to take or not. Well, it seems like an easy decision here.
Well, he's got to do it for the content, right?
Well, the thing is, he can make other moves, and Hikaru cannot capture the bishop, it seems.
Why can he not capture the bishop? That's a free bishop. Like, you have two choices. You can make the trade or you can move back. But if you move back, that's a concession. You don't really want to move back. But also, more importantly, Wesley So, the chess world will never forgive you if you ruin this moment for Hikaru to play a Bon Cloud in an extremely serious tournament.
No, wait, if bishop takes g5, cannot white capture on d6? Like if white were to play some move, okay, like a4, can we take on g5?
I would think so.
And queen d6, attacking the knight?
There's the pressure on the knight and the pressure on the bishop.
Okay,
That's
he takes on e7, doesn't matter.
Convoluted, I feel. Okay, so he does allow Hikaru to go for the Bon Cloud.
Wow.
And then he does push a4 to put pressure on the black pawn.
He wants to open up the position and hopefully bring the rook without even having to develop the knight. Also typical idea in the Chelyabinsk.
Yeah.
But black does not have to take on a4.
No, I would suspect that Hikaru wants to protect this pawn with the rook, but then there is a concern that you're allowing the white rook to open up its potential.
Yeah, it's
along
possible
the side of the board.
We cannot allow any kind of trade, and probably we'll have to push b4, which is not ideal, but might be forced.
But Hikaru, this knight that went to the side of the board, this knight could re-enter the game via the f4 square, where it will also put pressure on the white queen. And if Hikaru could get this bishop out, pointing down on the knight and rook, I think that would also be nice. And look at the time usage that Wesley is spending. Wesley is spending so much time. Knight to a3 attacks the pawn on b5 with both the queen and the knight, but it also allows Hikaru to get that knight in from the edge of the board, attacking the queen. And when the queen now moves, Hikaru can even go for a queen trade, because Hikaru is perfectly happy to trade the queens now that his king is in the center of the board.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hikaru could win this. Like he got off to a rough start, but ever since he made the Bonk Cloud decision, this has been working out for him.
You think psychologically he is in a better position because of this move and having this pressure on opponent to play to try to win this game because of this move?
I don't know about that. I think maybe in reality, Hikaru is having so much fun having played King E7 in the game. So now he's kind of distracted and is thinking just as much about, oh, if I win this, it's going to be like the perfect content rather than.
Do you think he's
focusing
thinking
on the
about
game.
content while playing a game for the first place in the American Cup?
Maybe.
All
like,
for content.
He doesn't care. He doesn't
all
care.
For you guys. One cloud gives you wings.
Okay, Wesley does move the queen to the side, but now Hikaru can go for the queen trade.
Yeah,
like, this is a good position
move
for
that
Hikaru.
is asking to be played. Queen, b6. Indeed, he played.
Like, Hikaru's up a lot on the clock. And also, if I'm entirely honest with you, if you gave me the choice, do you want to be white or black here? I would choose the black pieces, because when the queens now get traded off, black is actually going to have an advantage having that king in the center of the board closer to the action, not to speak of the fact that we still have that 2 black pawns in the middle against 1.
For sure. And in many situations in this type of opening, if the queens are off the board, king quite often does not castle and immediately goes for king e7.
Yeah, and I believe Wesley just played knight to d2.
d4, actually. That's knight d4.
Wow, that's a big move.
That's a very big move. He does not want to trade.
And Hikaru cannot capture this knight with his pawn, because then the pawn abandons the defense of his other knight.
But he can capture with the knight, right?
Yeah, so after knight d4, Hikaru can capture with his knight, yes.
But is there
then
anything
it's just
better?
a very
because we really want to
position.
Trade the queens, not the knights. Yeah, this is such a nice solution for Wesley to avoid the queen trades.
Yeah, great move by Wesley. And now
almost as great as knight h5 and king e7.
Yeah, so Hikaru does capture in the middle, but now my point of 2 versus 1 has been eliminated, because now with that trade, Wesley managed to get one of his pawns more into the center. And now that pawn is trying to trade with the black pawn so that there's fewer pawns defending the black king.
Yeah, well, now the white pawn is kind of pinned because white does not want to trade of the queens. So now black probably will need to make just a move that improves the position. Maybe development, maybe rook d8.
Yeah, rook d8, bishop g4. Those are the moves coming to my mind.
Bishop to e6 as well, because we don't mind d5 at all.
Hikaru does go for that rook d8 move. Seems like an okay position for black, but it's not as good as I thought originally because of that brilliant knight to d4 move by Wesley, which has created some additional pressure on Hikaru's center.
Well, the good thing is Wesley is getting lower and lower on time.
Yeah, no, I mean, Hikaru came to fight this game. He played the Sicilian. He's putting pressure on his opponent. And after this bishop b3, I guess Hikaru will go bishop to e6. Hikaru will not want to let this bishop point down towards where the black king is located. We're going to want to trade that bishop off immediately.
Yeah, it's played. And the engine does not like this position at all, but well, so far he's been defending really well.
Well, I think the engine is wrong, or at the very least overestimating Wesley's
the engine
situation.
never liked Bon Cloud. Doesn't engine give -2 when the Bon Cloud is played?
That is not my field of expertise, but with this latest knight to c2 move, Hikaru can actually win a pawn. Hikaru
it's -4 actually. Wow.
Hikaru can go for the trade of bishops, and after that trade, the queen is lured away from its central location, after which the knight can come in, check on the king, pressure on the pawn, to actually win a pawn, at least temporarily. And if this happens, I think this game is going to end in a draw. And right now, I think Hikaru is going to take the draw if he has it available. He's shown his intent, but Wesley at some point there had a dangerous. No, Hikaru is keeping pieces on the board. So Hikaru wants to try and go for the win. He thinks he can outplay Wesley as the clocks are ticking down. But that is, I think actually this King F8 was a mistake, because now Wesley has this incredible placement for the knight on B4, where the knight is going to just be commanding the action on the right side of the board.
Yeah, for sure.
But Wesley is hesitating. Okay, we've had moves on the board, but I didn't catch what Wesley played. Yeah, Wesley played Rook D2. Hikaru, what did Hikaru do? Did Hikaru offer a Rook trade? Did he go Rook C8?
Yeah, he played Rook C8.
So the tension in the center is palpable at the moment. Neither player really wants to do anything about these pawns. Wesley now with his pawn trying to chase away the black knight. Then Hikaru takes the option of making the trade between the bishops, because he wanted to have the retreat square for the knight where the bishop was located. On the other hand, then Wesley manages to get good coordination with his rooks pointing down the center of the board.
And Hikaru keeps playing quite fast, which is very good. He's still just a little less than 4 minutes on the clock. Rook D1
what now? Rook C4 feels very normal, putting pressure in towards these white pawns. Instead, Hikaru goes for B4. I like this move. Notice how I said earlier that it was important to be aware of the knight coming to the B4 square.
So he takes the square away now.
Yeah, now that the pawn has advanced, both the black queen and rook is influencing the B4 square, making sure that that option is no longer available.
Yeah, so what does white do now? Oh, he plays King G2. Interesting.
But that's kind of asking for it. Queen B7 now from Hikaru basically plays itself. You always want to try to put your queen pointing down on the opponent's king. And so that's the move I'm expecting from Hikaru here. Wesley will then maybe play the pawn to give extra protection, making sure that there's as many pieces as possible blocking this diagonal. But then Hikaru could try and go like H5 and try and start an attack against that white king. Okay, this is not the current position. I'll go back to
King G2
that situation.
Well, Queen B7 seems like a logical move.
I think the important part for Hikaru here is to keep his time edge. Hikaru decides pawn one step forward, giving space for his king. But then it's Wesley who starts the attack
he
where I was
instantly played
suggesting
h4.
that Hikaru should do it.
h5.
And both players going for the same structure with the pawns protecting each other up the side of the board.
And finally, the trade is done. But is it good now? Rook d7. Well, he can play rook b7 to offer a trade this way.
Wow, Hikaru is in a serious danger now. Hikaru is in massive, massive danger. Engine is saying rook b7 is the only move in this position, but rook b7 is not a move Hikaru wants to make, because then he's going to lose a pawn on the right side of the board. For some reason, rook c7, the move Hikaru wants to play, is bad. And I don't understand why queen f3
I don't understand what's the difference, right?
Yeah.
Why doesn't it work after rook b7?
Why is this not good? Oh, because here he can counter sacrifice and
no, but this is no chance.
Yeah, no chance. Hikaru is in big trouble regardless, and now Hikaru is also down on the clock. Wesley So has managed to stay in this equal middle game by just slowly improving the positioning of his pieces. But once he took that first step into enemy territory, that spells trouble for Hikaru immediately, as this rook is pointing towards where the black king is located.
Right, he's about to make a move. Rook? Which rook?
He played the...
Is this the right rook? Or
honestly, I can't tell which rook he played. I think he played the wrong rook.
The wrong rook. Rook c7.
Yeah, rook c7.
Well, queen f3
queen f3 has been played. Yeah, there's pressure down towards Hikaru's king. Hikaru's he felt he needed to retreat his knight to offer protection where the white rook and queen were coordinating. I mean, Hikaru's not down a pawn. It's just that his pieces are uncoordinated.
Yeah, and the white pieces are in a very attacking position.
But it can't be the end of the world just yet.
No,
like queen, attack rook, force the rook back. Is this really so bad? Engines are hating black's position, but like he didn't do that much wrong, right?
No, well, I guess defending e5 is very tricky now.
The queen comes to try and kick the
but if
white
now rook d5?
If rook d5, then queen e6.
Knight c4 maybe?
Yeah, so there are some potential problems with this pawn on e5.
Yeah.
But Wesley is taking his time, and now Wesley is down to less than 1 minute on the clock.
Yeah, they still have 5 seconds increment, but it is very, very concerning time-wise. Is this a draw we will see? Rook d5 played? Or not?
For the moment, Hikaru has the same amount of pawns as his opponent, but we're not sure that's going to last for much longer, as
on the board.
Keeping that pawn defended is very difficult.
Yeah, but there are also other nasty threats. Well, knight c4 is one of them, but queen d1 apparently is even stronger.
Yeah, queen d1 is not going to happen. Knight c4 plays itself.
No, he played it. He played in the queen d1.
Wow, queen d1. Great move by Wesley.
It is
attacking the knight on d8. And if the knight moves to offer further protection to the pawn, then the rook can attack both the queen and the knight.
So he has to move a king?
Ooh, that's not good. If he has to move the king to defend, the king will
he just moved the queen, I think.
Walking over into scary
queen
territory.
f6. He played the queen f6.
The queen defends the knight for the time being. Both players down to less than 40 seconds on the clock. The white rook returns to a very threatening position on d7, pointing towards where the black king is located. Hikaru is shaking his head.
Yeah, this is a very hard position. He only can move the king or a pawn.
He moves the king away.
Or he also can move the rook.
Well, he can move the knight, no? The rook comes in to attack the queen. Oh, if he moves the knight now, the queen is actually trapped. The queen is potentially trapped.
Wow.
So after this rook d6 move, Hikaru had to move the queen back. But that's fine.
For now.
For now. Wesley, being stressed about the time situation, moves back and forth. Maybe we can get a repetition.
No, I don't think so. He just wanted to find some... Okay, queen d5, I think, played.
Knight d5.
No, knight d5.
Pressure on the queen. The eval bar jumping up.
But at least queen
favor.
can now attack the rook. Maybe queen e6. Maybe queen c6 to have this diagonal pressure.
Well, queen e6 is on the board. The queen attacking the rook, trying to force the rook away from its threatening position. Wesley So is very, very low on time. Both players now down to just 10 seconds on the clock. The knight keeps trying to take the queen, and Hikaru evades the problems for the time being. Now Wesley goes for the queen trade. Hikaru has to accept that queen trade, but that means Wesley can try to get a pawn to become a new queen. So the queen trade is made. Wesley now has a passed pawn, trying to get that into a new queen. Hikaru with his knight jumping around. Wesley, what did Wesley do? I need you to call out moves. Knight e4 check. King moves away. Knight g5, threatening the pawn on f7. Hikaru moves his knight back to defend. Hikaru is still not down a pawn. The king comes in, though, for Wesley. Hikaru's going to have to use his king to chase away. No, Hikaru is trying to get a new queen on the opposite side of the board.
Yeah, he just took a queen in his hand.
Hikaru is trying to get his rook up to eliminate this pawn. Oh, knight b7. Oh, knight b7. Okay, yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
The knight is coming up to attack the rook, and now the knight will try to eliminate the black pawn. Where did he move the rook? The rook moves.
Rook c7, knight d3, king f6, yeah.
Oh, there's a dangerous attack looming here. Hikaru is trying to get a new queen. The eval bar says now it's a draw. Eval bar says it's a draw. Hikaru is 2 squares away from getting a new queen. Check on the king. The king hides. No, the king does not hide in the corner. That was a decisive mistake from Hikaru, but Wesley responds with a mistake of his own.
Yeah, rook f7 is a mistake. Jesus, this is... But I told you it will be really...
Hikaru needs to go back, but then he saw he was losing, so he goes further away. But then Wesley is back into a winning position. Both players just seconds on the clock. And Wesley going for the checkmate. Wesley moves his pawn forward, trying to be a new queen, but there's also the threat of checkmate. The rook moves up, the rook gives a check, but now the king gets away. That was another mistake by Wesley. A flurry of mistake from both players, and now Hikaru can potentially win the game. If he moves his knight back to try and stop the white pawn, then his pawn can become a new queen afterwards. He can also play b2, but then Engine says he's losing. Hikaru gets a new queen, but Wesley's going to get a new queen as well.
No, he has a check. He has queen b4 to prevent the king from going to f8.
Queen comes in to give a check, but there's counter check. Wesley has a counter check on the black king. Hikaru shakes his head. He's not happy.
No, but he has to take the knight.
But if he takes the knight, the game is over.
No, but he can take the knight. He can take the knight with a queen.
He takes the knight, but then... Oh, wait, I don't have the position. I don't have the right position.
Yeah, take the knight with the queen.
I didn't have
take it with the queen. Yeah.
Wow, I had the wrong position. I'm so sorry, everyone. I had the wrong position. Hikaru's winning. I have no idea how that knight of Hikaru's managed to get in a different position than the one I had, but now Hikaru has an extra knight.
That's insane. Yeah, it looks winning now. And he also has half a minute on the
extra
clock.
knight.
Because he takes with the queen and with the check, so he had to recapture and
Oh, here's what happened, people. I thought Hikaru went with the knight to a4, but instead he went with the knight to c4. I didn't think about that because that square was under control by the rook. But the difference of that knight placement did everything. And that is the reason Hikaru right now is about to win this game.
Guys, we have a live position right there on the video. Don't complain. We're trying to understand what happened. There, we're back.
The angle on the video is not perfect, which is why it's difficult seeing what moves are being
they
made.
wanted to be in the spectators area watching the game in person. That's what you would see if you were standing there.
Right.
And that's exactly why it's better to watch online.
Well, even online, the board sometimes just doesn't manage to keep the pace of the players, though. But Hikaru is now very close to winning this with the black pieces. If he does, he only needs a draw with the white pieces to win this match. But it's not easy yet because Wesley keeps having his king very close to this black pawn. And if this pawn is captured, then it's going to be a draw. Because if this pawn is lost, then you're going to lose the next pawn as well. This is not over just yet.
I think it's time to spam the prime to get Hikaru to get Hikaru win on time.
Hikaru's going back and forth, so he's not making big progress.
It's very hard to find how to make progress.
Yeah, but here Hikaru is bringing the king in.
To f6.
Yeah.
I'm okay, and creating the checkmate threads, he's gonna right. Maybe that's the way to trade the rooks, by creating a checkmate threads.
Yeah. I need you to call out moves, Maria. I'm not sure I have the current position. Okay,
yeah, so after king e6
is the latest move we have. Rook b6 check. King
there was
e5.
no king e6. There.
The rook keeps disrupting the black king.
Rook
and now the eval bar is saying it's a draw.
King f5. Yeah, they're repeating. They're repeating now.
Okay, Hikaru's moving up. Hikaru's moving up to try and capture all the white pawns. The rook
and
keeps
he's winning
giving
again.
checks.
He's winning again.
The black king is
more primes, guys. He will win them.
It's still very unclear. Hikaru is trying to hold on to this g6 pawn.
And his time situation is really difficult to manage.
He's using both the rook and knight to do it.
Rook knight d5. What?
Oh, apparently now g4 is a draw because of the rook can attack both the king and... But Wesley didn't see it. Wesley didn't see it.
Knight c3. Yeah, now g4. Yeah, he didn't see it.
Well, he found g4.
He did now.
And maybe this is good enough.
But knight d2?
Wesley just wants to make trades. This rook can move away.
And rook to b4.
Yeah, Hikaru's losing his last couple of pawns. It was winning for Hikaru, but it was also always very difficult to try and hold on to those pawns with the white king always being so close. So right now, Hikaru has an extra knight. He's going to try to win this game. This game is going to last for more than 100 moves, but a knight and rook versus a rook is supposed to be a draw with correct play. Although now the white king is on the side of the board, Hikaru is doing a great job of creating winning chances for himself. He's very close to trapping
going for a
the
checkmate.
king. He's very close to trapping this king. Wesley will have to move his pawn up to try and distract. It's probably still a draw, but Wesley has not inspired confidence with his play.
Rook h8, rook h7 only move. Yeah, but how do you win then? He has to go back. Rook a8.
Well, Wesley will now go F. No, he cannot go F5. He needs to move back. Okay, Hikaru takes one pawn. Hikaru just needs to make sure that he keeps this king trapped along the edge of the board. That maximizes his chances of making something happen here.
But
Wesley, for the moment,
he
just keeping his rook on the side. King here, I don't really understand that. I guess he wants to force Hikaru to move the king and then give checks. Hikaru moves his rook to give a check. That's clever because now if Wesley moves forward, then the king can step back. Ooh, but Wesley tries to get a stalemate along the edge of the board. Very smart play from Wesley.
And then he can sacrifice a rook and...
Yeah, but he can't yet because then
no, not yet.
The king gets trapped.
Okay.
Oh, he did. He made a mistake. Or did he make? Is this not winning? Is not Hikaru? Hikaru's winning this. Wesley made a big
he gives
mistake.
a check and then he moves the king to the opposite.
Yeah, Wesley resigns. Wesley thought he was being clever, trading off his rook for the black knight. Wesley thought that he would make a draw with this pawn formation, but he did
looks
not.
Like. But then you use rook h1 trick to put him in a Zugzwang.
Incredible play, and all the primes worked. Where Hikaru needed a miracle, he got one. Wesley So knows that with a rook and a knight against a rook, it should be a draw. But he thought that he could clarify the situation immediately by sacrificing his rook against the knight, and then he would manage to help his pawn forward to become a new queen. But that was not the case at all. In fact, Hikaru managed to use his rook to force the white king in front of the pawn. But when the king is in front of the pawn is not becoming a new queen. And after king f7, Wesley resigns because after king here, you give a check, then the rook attacks the pawn. There's only one legal move, and after that legal move, the king would have been checkmated in the corner of the board. Hikaru wins a 103 move game, and with that, he takes a big step towards qualifying for the grand final.
Yeah, that's insane. He wins with black pieces, which means he will need just a draw with white in the next game. And this is not just a miracle save. He did it with a delayed bomb cloud in the Sicilian. That was an insane save. Very, very creative play by Hikaru. And he also was really low on time. He had played like 10 moves in a row with just 1 second left on the clock. At some point, he almost lost on time. But he managed. And in the end, actually, he was almost a minute on the clock. And that is what helped him to stay in the game and stay creating chances for a win, even when it looked like it's not possible with just a knight left against 2 pawns. And then Wesley snapped and went for a losing endgame.
Wow, what Crazy. An epic game. I mean, Hikaru... He's going to need to make a YouTube video out of this game, but frankly, I'm not sure one YouTube video is going to be enough to cover everything that happened. 103 move win with the black pieces, the black king running for its life away from the attack that Wesley had. Let's replay that for a little bit. The white king ran up the board to try and help give a checkmate on the black king. In this position, Engine says if you push the pawn, it's over. If you push the pawn, then Hikaru would have lost, because even though Hikaru gets a new queen, the rook comes in for the checkmate as well. But instead, what happened was that, well, to be honest, around here, I messed up the live board. I'm very sorry, everyone. So stuff happened, and I didn't really understand what was happening because I had misplaced.
Because the knight was on the wrong square, and I also could not keep up. I saw the moves coming, but I could not understand where are we. That was going too fast.
And both players got new queens. In fact, here, Wesley made a mistake getting a new queen. He should have moved his king instead. This is a position where black is up a queen, but because the king hides out and then you can get a new queen on the next move, that would have been good for Wesley. Instead, getting the new queen was a mistake because
and then the only move is check
Hikaru
from before to prevent the king from running away and forcing white to lose a knight. So here black, because they have one more attack on d6, they win a knight.
Yeah. And he won the knight, and in this position, wow. Engine is recommending King F7. I'm not kidding, Maria. King F7 is being recommended.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. After recommending King F8 when your opponent promoted to a queen.
Yeah. Wow, this game just had it all. And apparently, even here, it was supposed to be equal. Yeah, no, but the thing is, every time, as long as So kept his king close to this pawn on g6, it was very difficult for Hikaru to make progress, because if he loses his pawns, he's not going to win the game. But yeah, wow, what
but then fight. He goes around with his king. So the same happens with first Wesley goes around with his king, but then Hikaru does the same and goes to h3, g2.
Yeah. Wow. What a game. What kings. Like, both players' kings were incredible
really
pieces.
Kings, yeah. Giga Kings. Hype in the chat for the Giga Kings. Hikaru is okay, he's not back. He just left his jacket at the board.
The final mistake. Wesley had managed to rescue himself into a position that should have been a draw with correct play, but he thought he was being clever. He thought, if I sacrifice here, I'll use my king to make sure that the black king cannot stop the pawn from becoming a new queen. But Wesley was wrong, because Hikaru used the rook to force the king in front of his own pawn. And that's how Hikaru won the game. And we're not going to take a break. We're just going to get on with it for the next one. We can see Hikaru sitting down at the board. He's ready with the white pieces. And these are the circumstances. If Hikaru manages to avoid a loss with white, then he will have won this winner bracket final. He will qualify for the grand final. He will get a rest day tomorrow, and he will have an extra life in the final starting on Friday, meaning that if he loses the grand final part 1, then he will get an additional chance at part 2. So much on the line for Hikaru right now as he starts with the king pawn opening, pawn to e4.
And of course, he will be happy to draw here with the Berlin. So Wesley will have to come up with something. And he does. He will have to come up with something that does not lead to a well-known draw.
And Wesley goes for the modern defense, which has been used by Magnus Carlsen lately. Magnus has taken down, for instance, Arjun Erigaisi using this opening, and that may have inspired more players to take it up. It forces white to be aggressive, and that aggression is on display here from Hikaru as he pushes Harry the H-pawn forward.
And it's very easy to play for him. He is fine with the draw here. So it's Wesley who has to be creative and has to risk no matter what to win this game. So Hikaru is in a very comfortable situation. He can just play chess. Harry who? Harry the H-pawn.
Knight to f3 from Wesley, trying to prevent this pawn from pushing even further up the board. If Hikaru now continues, will he be prepared to sacrifice his rook? No, he's not going to do that. Unnecessary risk Instead, pawn forward, solid play by Hikaru, making one of these pawn chains where they
he does not need to go for this. If Wesley was playing with white, I'm sure he would have pushed h5 because there is no other chance for trying to create winning chances. And I feel quite sorry for Wesley because having just 5 minutes after such a loss is not enough. It's not enough to recover psychologically for the next game like this.
Wesley played c6, I think, or knight c6. Did you catch it? I think knight c6 played by Wesley.
Yeah, knight c6.
Bishop out from Hikaru, solid play, reinforcing control in the center. The pawn pushes forward, but wouldn't Hikaru want to make a trade? Hikaru doesn't go for the trade. I would think when the draw is enough, you want to make the trades when possible, but instead Hikaru's going for a quick pace strategy, moving his knight to defend the pressure in the center, making sure that he is up on the clock, using the time as a weapon, as well as the win he got in the earlier game.
Yeah, we will have the live board updated in a second. Knight e2 meanwhile, and Wesley is thinking. He's really taking his time. He's already 1 minute below Hikaru's time.
Yeah. But that just speaks to the difficulty of his situation. Winning on demand with black is just the roughest thing to do in chess. It's incredibly difficult. And especially a player with Wesley's reputation. Like, Wesley is known as a guy who almost never loses, who's incredibly difficult to beat. But
and very fast at coming up with the really creative and fast solutions on the spot.
But all of those strengths, they lose some of their value in a must-win situation, because then it kind of goes against everything he's good at.
Yeah. Yeah, so Wesley finally made a move. All right, so what will Hikaru do? Will he play d5? It seems tempting,
made the trade in the center.
He's happy with trades, even if it means he's losing some advantage in his position.
Yeah, I agree. In fact, I was looking for this trade earlier. If Wesley now takes back with the pawn, that opens up the queens looking at each other. Being in a must-win situation, Wesley cannot allow that to happen. So Wesley is going to have to take back with the knight. I don't know why Wesley's thinking. Like, you have to win this game. You cannot trade the queens. You cannot. He traded the queens. Wow, he took back with the pawn. I am so surprised by this decision from Wesley, allowing the queen trade when you're in a must-win situation.
Well, I think he realized that if he does not trade the queens, which it means white gets very good central pawns on f4 and e4. But now Hikaru is not taking. Does it mean he will make some waiting move?
Well, in fact, I'm looking at the engine eval, and the engine actually prefers black's position after the queen trade. Maybe this is a brilliant psychological ploy from Wesley to say,
takes anyway.
I'm willing to trade queens because you weren't expecting me to, but I actually like the positioning of my pieces. And thereafter, Hikaru goes a3 to take control of the b4 square because he was concerned that the black knight might get involved, starting to go for a double attack on the white king and on the white rook.
Mm-hmm.
And
well, yeah, a3 is definitely a loss of a tempo, but the position still seems very even. I'm not sure why does the engine prefer black so much.
I think it's because of this bishop. I think if the white bishop could magically move forward and jump past the white knight, then this would be perfectly fine for Hikaru.
Yeah, but likewise, like with knight b4 threat, white also can go for knight b5, then bring the other knight to c3. Oh, never mind. He's going for something else. He's planning to play h5. Wesley probably will be forced to play h5 himself.
No, I don't think Hikaru's going h5. I think Hikaru just wants to move his bishop out.
Okay.
But in the meantime, Wesley will go...
quite an annoying threat.
Well, I think Wesley's going to go... Actually, if knight d4, then Hikaru can castle. Hikaru would really like to castle so that his king can protect these pawns.
For sure. And it also brings the rook to d-file. The time situation is again in Hikaru's favor. Almost 2 minutes of advantage.
But engine eval is quite significantly in Wesley's favor. I mean, my shock at him going for the queen trade was completely wrong because 3 moves afterwards, he holds the edge.
Yeah, but he survived in like -4 in a previous game. It's fine. We just need more primers. Right?
It did work the last time. I'll give you that.
Just spam some prime and Wesley will get low on time. That's fine.
Hikaru right now planning bishop d3 followed by castles queenside. Hikaru is not allowed to castle queenside right now because the black rook is pointing at this d1 square. The king is not allowed to cross a square being controlled by the enemy pieces when castling.
Exactly, copium. Well, you can also drop a 100 sub to get Hikaru a dub, but draw is enough, so 50 subs is also enough. No, I'm not. I'm not bargaining. Just saying the facts.
Thank you for the primes coming in, Yuvan and Agak, and everyone else we haven't mentioned. Your support is appreciated, and the content being made today is huge. That Bong Cloud win with the black pieces, that game is going to live in infamy on the internet for a long, long time.
Yeah, for sure.
Wesley spent a lot of time on that move. So now Hikaru has a 3-minute lead.
Yeah. So that's at least that is a time win.
Yeah, and this move of Wesley's did nothing to stop Hikaru's plan. So Hikaru now going to move bishop d3 and castle? No. Bishop g5.
Oh, wait, we just got 10. CW55, thank you. Thank you for the 10 gifted.
Hikaru moves the bishop to g5. Honestly, not sure what the bishop is doing there. I still like this plan of bishop d3 and castling queenside. Hikaru has a 3-minute time edge, but more importantly, Hikaru won the first game of this match. So if you're just joining us, this is the situation. If Hikaru manages to make a draw with the white pieces here, he will qualify to the grand final of the American Cup, which has so many benefits. He will get a rest day tomorrow to recharge his batteries, and also when the final comes, he will have too much points at the title, since it's a double elimination tournament and he hasn't lost yet.
Yeah, and if he wins straight out, then he also gets extra 10K as a prize fund.
Oh, really? That's huge.
Yeah, if you win without a second attempt, second life being used, then you get an extra prize. Yep.
Wow. Well, that could very well happen. Hikaru did go with this bishop to d3 move. And now that the bishop is blocking the rook's control down towards the d1 square, that means white is ready to castle.
Oh, wow. We have another sub bomb. 11 gifted subs by Recon. So is there a competition? He added one.
Hikaru, pretty tense at the board right now. He knows he's worse. He knows he did not play this opening perfectly, but at the same time, he knows that he's within reach of a draw. If he needed to win this game, this would be a very troublesome position, but he only needs to hold on and survive. And there's definitely hope of that. Hikaru does go for the queenside castling here. Wow, mistake, big mistake from Wesley. So look at the eval bar. Look at the eval bar from that latest move. The knight moves back to try and maneuver over to the queen side, but now the engine says Hikaru has great chances of winning this game if knight to d5, but that's a difficult move to find because it seems to me that is just a free pawn. But the engine is saying, no, it's not a free pawn because afterwards there's so much trickery where white gives up the bishop but manages to capture the knight on d7 at the end of the line. That was definitely a computer variation, not gonna lie about that. After knight d7, Hikaru instead moves his bishop back to try and make a trade of rooks.
But you saw it worked. It happened exactly at the same moment as Champ gifted 20 subs. So all we need is just keep creating these opportunities, and then Hikaru will either win or make a draw in this game and win the match.
Oh my gosh, Maria, you're born for this.
If only I made this on my own channel. It doesn't work like that on my channel. Subs for dubs.
But that bishop move, it disturbs the coordination in white's camp because now the two rooks are not talking together, which means that if Wesley goes for the trade, Hikaru is not ready for the rook to respond. Instead, Wesley, I think he tried to move his knight forward in the center. Hikaru then moved his knight back, trying to get trades. I think Hikaru's a little nervous. I'm not going to lie. I think Hikaru's a little nervous. He's moving backwards repeatedly. First bishop back to its initial square, then the knight backwards. At the same time, Wesley is taking this opportunity to move forward, and he's increasing his advantage. But still, Hikaru is up on time, and we've seen in the previous game that being low on time, Wesley does have a tendency to make mistakes. With this latest move, king to b1, where Hikaru is preparing the move knight to c1 to defend around his king, and then he's going to play c3 to kick the black knight away.
Jesus Christ! An anonymous gifter just gifted 50 subs. Let's go! Let's go! Thank you so much, Anonymous.
I guess that means that Hikaru Wesley will make a blunder now. I wasn't able to catch Wesley's latest move, Maria.
Yeah, so it was f6.
F6, okay.
And
F6
bishop e3 by Hikaru.
Attacks the bishop. The bishop needs to move away. Hikaru has a very clear plan that the knight wants to move away and the pawn wants to chase away the black knight. Did you catch the next move as well, Maria?
Knight b6. And we are also about to beat the hype train record. That's insane amount of support, guys. Level 7. Let's go.
Oh, but Hikaru is feeling the pressure looming on the position now. The black knight is moving for this c4 square from where it will be threatening the white bishop on e3. This is a very dangerous position for Hikaru. He has one thing working in his favor, and that is the time.
That is the time, and the chat who keeps spamming the primes and the subs.
True.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for all this amount of support. So Hikaru is thinking, will he play knight c3 or something else?
Well, knight c3 doesn't make sense because then you're blocking your pawn from being able to chase away the black knight.
Yeah, but he also can play a4, a5 then with knight c3.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's going to happen. I think Hikaru's going to go knight to c1 and then try to chase this knight.
Seems so passive
back.
Though.
It is very passive, but that's why it wasn't great that Hikaru was moving his pieces back on the previous couple of moves. He had one big opportunity to turn around the initiative in the game, but when he missed it, he's now under tremendous pressure from these black pieces. Hikaru decides to kick the knight away immediately, moving that pawn forward, trying to force the knight back. Wesley will
I just hope Wesley is not going to find the move that immediately gives him a huge advantage.
Well, Wesley is definitely going to find that move.
Chat, we need your help. Don't let him find this move.
Well, knight c4, he's going to find. He's going to put the pressure on the bishop, and the bishop is going to go back.
Okay, let him think for longer then.
Oh, no, he doesn't find it. He doesn't find it. Wesley goes for the counterattack on Hikaru's rook.
But then CD4, he can take CD4. And then he takes on C5.
Hikaru can sacrifice.
He did not find it, I think.
Hikaru could capture here. And if the rook is captured,
no, he did not find it. Rook C1 is played.
To attack both the rook and the knight. Although, yes, as you said, Maria, he did play rook c1 instead. But as long as he manages to kick out this annoying black knight, that would be okay.
Knight goes to e6, rook e1.
And now, once again, Hikaru is trying to get his knight to the c1 square. The knight from there
now
will
he can play it. After knight c4, he can play knight c1.
Yes, knight c1 will be a good defensive move, but Hikaru needs to go faster. The time is now no longer in his favor. Wesley now has the advantage on the clock.
Yeah, but he did make a move. It's just, I think we're delayed.
But Hikaru is still down on time.
Yeah.
The knight comes back to try and attack the bishop, kick it out. Wesley captures the white bishop. Now Hikaru has to deal with which piece to capture. Hikaru really wants to keep his light squared bishop, so taking the knight on e3 makes the most sense. The problem is then Wesley can win the white rook. No, he cannot. The white rook can get away. Hikaru, this is not a time to think. You're still in the game.
No. He is fine. He is just a little less than 2 minutes on the clock. It's just we are stuck on our stream with the time. No, the time is fine. Well, he is thinking now. He makes a move. He takes.
Hikaru captures the bishop.
He takes the bishop.
Wesley tries to support the knight in the heart of White's position.
The move's just not coming. Yeah, bishop h6. Now he has to find what to do. It looks like
rook g1. That's not great. But he's protecting
no, that's not
pawn.
Great. That's not easy. c4 is probably gonna happen. Yeah, c4 has happened.
The pawn attacking the white knight. The knight now needing to move. But when the knight moves, the black rook will be able to invade. The clocks are now updated and correct. The knight moves back into the corner. Hikaru wants to trade with the black knight. Hikaru is not down a pawn yet. The engines are hating his position, but he's not down on material. As long as you're not down on material, there's hope.
Yeah, it looks really terrible, but it's not over until it's over. It's not over until the hype train is going. Let's go.
And
Too far?
let's remind everyone that even if Hikaru loses here, like that's unfortunate, but the match is still ongoing. If Hikaru loses here, then we will go to Blitz. And Hikaru's amazing at Blitz. The rook enters into the heart of White's position. Hikaru
Knight
now will move the
F1 is
knight
only move, I
back.
guess.
But the problem is knight F1, you have rook takes E2. Yeah, knight F1.
He just needs to
Wesley
take
sacrifices his rook. Wesley gets the other rook up into the attack. And now Wesley will be able to capture this knight on F1. So Wesley is going to have an advantage now. He has a knight and a bishop in return for a rook. But at least Hikaru's getting his pieces out.
Yeah, these pieces are killers. Now he needs to trade pawns, as many as possible.
The problem for Hikaru is that he doesn't really have any pawn trades available.
No,
I guess he has B3 trying to trade. I gotta say, kudos to Wesley So. I said there's no way he's going to allow the queen trade when he's in a must-win situation. But he did it, and he made it work.
What an intuition there to go for this, despite looking like you are fighting just for a draw there. But we must admit, chat really helped us to have a lot of chances. It was just really, really tough to find.
Yeah, agreed. And for the moment, the Black Knights aren't looking super impressive. Like, is there any hope here? Like, knight up in the center? Hikaru pushes the pawn on the side. That pawn is immediately captured, but now you can get your king out. Hikaru instead moving the knight up. Hikaru gets the knight into the center of the board. But Wesley is feeling pretty confident. He's got most things under control here. I need you to call out moves, Maria.
Yeah. Knight c5, rook d1, b5.
Yeah, I have that.
King a3.
Yeah.
Bishop f8. King a2, knight db3.
F4, I guess.
Yeah, f4, ef4, knight f4.
Hikaru's trying to trade pawns.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem is whenever he moves his pawns forward, he's also weakening other pawns. So now Wesley is just taking White's position apart, one pawn at a time.
Yeah, knight c7, knight c5. Knight c1. Rerouting the knight, very nice play there. Wow, what a comeback in this match for Wesley.
But like Blitz format is still good for Hikaru. It's just that he's going to be so frustrated with having lost with the white pieces.
Yeah, but it is what it is. He just needs to forget about this, and he has a very good ability for a short memory loss, short term. He always says that you just need to forget, and he is good at it.
Yeah, this game is not worth remembering. It's not worth
No, not
using
at
your
all.
brain power on. You just got to shake it off.
D8 or
And
E8?
D8. Dark square.
D8. Knight H4.
And Hikaru resigns.
Yeah,
That
he
was
resigns.
not a proper handshake, but that is the handshake of a man who is disgusted with the way he played this game. Not a good game by Hikaru. He's going to have to take some fresh air, clear his mind, because he is still the favorite to win this final. He is a beast in the Blitz time controls. He's shown that week in and week out on chess.com. And while Hikaru is taking his break, we're going to take one as well.
We also need a break.
Yeah, stay tuned. We will have more chess for you.
We'll be back very soon.
We are back with the American Cup, and we've got some exciting chess for you. This is the winner bracket final between Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So. Hikaru sits down on the black side of the board. He's about to play a 3-minute blitz game with 2 seconds extra added onto the clock per move being made. Hikaru had a devastating loss with the white pieces in the rapid section just now, but he's not out just because of that loss, because before he lost, he managed to win. And so it's equal as we go into the Blitz section. I'm Jon Ludwighammer doing this commentary for you alongside Maria Emilianova. And Maria, Wesley is here. They're going to start. It's going to be quick.
I can see that Hikaru is ready. He is not thinking about that previous position, the previous game that he lost. You can see he's fully focused. He is in the game. They are asking something from the arbiter. Wesley is asking for some questions. Not sure what it is, but okay. All right. They're starting. And the first move is e4. I saw some hesitation there.
Yeah, and we get the same opening as we had in the rapid game of this tiebreak. The moves coming in at a furious pace. And Hikaru has probably done some studying to figure out what mistake he made. No, he repeats. He plays bishop to e7 again, even though the engines recommended bishop to c7 last time around. We were in this position thinking that Hikaru didn't have that good of a position, but he goes for the pawn cloud again. Hikaru was so happy with the pawn cloud situation in the previous rapid game.
Okay, this is just Giga Chad move at this point. It's just psychological Giga Chad move.
Yeah, but Wesley didn't dare going into the pawn cloud again. Wesley was like, no, I don't want to let you have the king in the center of the board. Everyone knows having the king in the center is better. I'll just avoid that. Thank you very much.
But the thing is, why Hikaru is doing that is because both players did not have any chance to analyze that game and find where any of them went wrong. So Hikaru was so sure that Wesley is not going to go for the same line because he did not analyze his mistakes.
Yeah, but that also means that we saw this yesterday as well between Aronian and Corona, that they didn't analyze their games as well. I'm surprised they don't have like a helper to kind of whisper in their ear to tell them, you know, this move was better, maybe try this next game. But it proves for exciting chess. So who are we to question them?
Oh no. Oh no, that's a spoiler. We have a spoiler in the chat. Uh-oh.
Hikaru in chat saying, I am the worst player ever. And a recap will be coming later tonight after I go drown my sorrows over dinner. Okay, that is not very promising for all Hikaru fans.
Unless this is trolling.
Well, there's
setting
only
us up
one way
for a disaster.
There's only one way to find out, and that is to take a look at these Blitz games. Unfortunately, the move feed from St. Louis stopped working at a critical moment when Hikaru was planning to push the pawn forward to f5 and attack.
No, there was queen c7, knight f1,
knight
f5, knight g3.
Knight g3. Okay, good. We're
f takes
caught
c4.
up. And Wesley takes back with the queen. Hikaru using his knight to attack the queen yet again. It's a very tense game. Hikaru has 2 pawns in the middle while Wesley has none. So Hikaru will try to use this central control he has to win the game.
All right. d3, and we don't have any moves yet. That's a bit concerning.
Hikaru is very low on the. No, sorry, the moves didn't update. My bad. So when the moves don't update, the clocks don't either, and that confuses me at times.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, Hikaru is taking some time. He is half a minute behind, unless.
Yeah, but he pushes his pawns forward, and this is very good. The attack on the knight means that the knight has to move, but when the knight moves, the bishop can get in to attack both the queen and the rook. Wesley moves the knight away. Now the bishop can come into play. Hikaru has taken the initiative.
I'm sure he trolled us, guys. I'm sure it was a bait.
Hikaru has taken the initiative here, using his bishop to attack the white queen. The queen cannot move because then the rook is in trouble. The only choice Wesley has is to block with his pawn. But now that ruins the protection around the white king.
Yeah. Takes.
Very well placed bishop here for Wesley in the center of the board. I think Hikaru will want to trade this bishop if possible.
Yeah, for sure. But now there is some tactics.
Ooh, tactics.
Bishop before.
Tactic alert.
He makes bishop before.
Sees it. Bishop takes b4 is on the board, opening up an attack on the white queen while also taking a pawn. Hikaru is up by a pawn in this game.
No way he lost. No way he lost.
I need the moves, Maria. I have bishop
C5. Queen d3, bishop c5. Yeah, then king h1.
King h1.
Bishop d4, queen d4, queen c7.
Okay, so Hikaru is protecting everything. White's king is poorly defended with the number of pawns in its vicinity. Also, Hikaru has managed to win a pawn through his trickery with opening up that attack on the queen. And here, the queen comes in to attack the bishop. Hikaru takes another pawn. Hikaru trades in the center. Then the queen comes in and attacks the rook. Hikaru has won the game because not only is the rook under attack, there's also a threat on the white pawn. So if the rook saves itself, the queen will come in together with the bishop to get the checkmate. It's a knockout victory with the black pieces.
We were G-baited. I told you it was trolling. Soros will be on Wesley's side.
Hikaru wins a second game in a row with the black pieces. And now, yet again, he only needs a draw with the white pieces to take down this match.
Wow. And what does that mean? That means there was no Armageddon. Because otherwise he would not have been able to write anything in the chat.
Well,
my math tells me the next game is the last game. That means what? It's not a loss. Does my math work?
I'm not sure. I think he came in like
threw a bomb at us
seven, maybe 6 minutes ago.
Yeah, and if
so that means, do they have time to play an Armageddon and
5 minutes break between each game?
24 minutes. I think they have time for it.
Alice Lee update. Well, I think Irina won the first game in Rapid. And, but Hikaru is back at the board. Wesley is also back at the board.
This is not a 5 minute break.
It was much less. It's less break. It's much less for Blitz. No, I still believe he won the match.
We'll see. The only way of figuring it out is watching the chess, and the chess is being played. Hikaru goes with the king pawn opening, and Wesley needing a win. He once again goes for the modern.
They just stick to the guns.
Yeah, but this time Hikaru has switched to a different system with the white pieces. He's just developing and getting his king to safety. The knight out puts pressure in the center. That pawn is defended by the white queen. Hikaru getting ready to castle. Wesley's spending a lot of time here, but it's a blitz game. He only has 3 minutes.
Yep, castle. Castle by Hikaru, I guess, or e5.
E5.
E5 immediately.
Hikaru pushes in the center. I think this is good for him. He has the support needed to help this pawn. H3, good move. Hikaru avoids the bishop coming into G4 because that bishop could take the knight on F3. This knight is very important to keep the pawn in the center defended. This pawn is great because it's blocking the black bishop.
I just bet all my points on Hikaru win. all my points. And I earlier spent like 60K on nice. And I still have 120K. So anyone dare to bet against me? It's easy money. It's easy money. The odds are huge, like 10 times.
Wesley is spending so much time here. Okay, he develops his knight. Hikaru now can castle his king and does do that. Good play from Hikaru so far. He's got this pawn. This pawn is blocking the potential of black's bishop. Hikaru can reinforce that pawn with his rook. He's going to get the knight and bishop out afterwards. Ooh, but this is clever play from Wesley. Wesley says, okay, I have a bad position in many respects, but I'm going to have something good about it. I'm going to get myself the bishop pair, exchanging a knight for a bishop.
Come on, Chad. It's easy money. Go against me. You're so sure that they had Armageddon, right? Anyway, the streamer never lies, so believe him.
Yeah. Hikaru did say that he was the worst player ever.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure that's true, though. I mean, that's already maybe a hint that he's lying. Here, bishop to d7. Wesley is very passive. He cannot find good aggressive placements for his pieces. Hikaru now will move his bishop out to put an attack on this e7 pawn. Yes, he does. Wesley uses his rook to protect. Now Hikaru can go for a trade. Yes, queen e3, good move. Preparing bishop h6, trying to get a trade, trading off this bishop, protecting the black king. Wesley moves his pawn forward to try and have some influence in the center, trying to create some space where the queen can reside. Bishop h6 played by Hikaru. Now Wesley is going to have to move his bishop back because he wants to keep the bishop pair.
He's reaching out to the bishop. Maybe bishop. No,
rook d2. No, I would suspect. Rook d2, just double the rooks in the center of the board. Oh, rook a5. Yeah. Nice move. Hikaru is eyeing this pawn on c5, and the pawn has nothing to protect it. There's no way for black to defend this pawn. Hikaru's going to win a pawn.
Another pawn, maybe c4, at least to trade.
If c4, then the rook still comes in to attack the queen. No, that's not going to do anything. So Hikaru gets to capture the pawn. Hikaru is also up a minute on the clock. Rook d8 is played. Okay, rook d8. Knight d4. So far, so good for Hikaru. Hikaru is now going to take the bishop. Then there's not going to be any more bishop pair for Wesley.
The evil bar says we are winning a lot of channel points. That's all I care about.
Hikaru is up 1.5 minutes on the clock. Hikaru is up a pawn. Hikaru has the better placed pieces. Like, there's nothing good. Yep. Nothing good about Wesley's situation right now.
And what did he play?
Hikaru is thinking right now, figuring out how. Hikaru doesn't even need to win this game. He only needs a draw.
Maybe that's the scariest part. How do you make a draw when you're winning?
Yeah, but b4 is a good move by Hikaru. The knight goes back to try and threaten the rook. Ooh, this is annoying for Hikaru. If the rook moves back, then he loses the pawn in the center.
Yeah, but he can take on c6. He does.
Hikaru does take on c6, but Wesley simply recaptures. The rook can move to the side. The rook
he can play rook c4 now, maybe.
No, but then he loses the pawn. Yeah. Hikaru can go rook a5 to keep this pawn
counter-attack with bishop g5, maybe?
Bishop g5 is a bit inhuman when your rook is being threatened.
No, he plays rook a5.
Good move from Hikaru, keeps the pawn in the center protected. Wesley then increases the pressure on that pawn. Hikaru is spending a lot of time in these moments. Pushes the pawn forward. The pawn now protecting the important buddy in the center. Good move from Hikaru. Everything is okay. Everything is protected. The rook is protected. The pawn is protected. The king is fine. The rook is well centralized.
Wesley only has 20 seconds
so
left.
Far. But now Wesley can go and grab a pawn. Can Wesley
but Hikaru answers immediately with rook a1. Can play knight b5? No. Queen b7. Interesting move. I don't see what's the meaning of this move.
Hikaru gets his queen in a great location, protecting the pawn on b4. I think that pawn is what Wesley wanted to get after. But now Wesley does have a double attack on the pawn. Ooh, Wesley trades the bishops. That's not good for him.
Yeah, but
he does it kind of out of desperation.
But Hikaru is not even trading.
Hikaru is not trading, but now Hikaru is losing the pawn on f4. Hikaru lost the pawn, he's up. But Wesley is down to less than 10 seconds on the clock. Engine still has Hikaru as winning.
Yep.
Hikaru makes the trade between the bishops.
Queen can come in via f2.
The knight comes in, attacks the queen. Ooh, and the engine's now saying that Wesley can rescue this position. But remember, Wesley doesn't only need to rescue the situation, he needs to win this game. The queen steps back, but now Wesley gets a trade of the queens.
Yeah, which is fine. We trade.
Hikaru jumps forward with the knight, attacking together with the rook. Trade of queens happens. The rook
even losing b4 is not a problem. Yeah, so he has to defend, but now double the rooks is also an option.
They're equal on material. They're equal on material.
There is no resources for Wesley to play for a win here.
Well, sure there is.
Knight d6 and then double the rooks, and f7 is forever threatened.
Now Hikaru is down one pawn.
He's doubling the rook. No.
But the knight is trapped. The knight is trapped on the side of the board.
And Wesley resigns.
And Hikaru wins. Hikaru wins. The knight was trapped. Hikaru takes it in the blitz. He shows who the boss is in the blitz section.
The worst player in the world.
Let's go. I was baited. I was
not baited.
I was baited. How many in chat believed Hikaru? Hikaru gets the win. He takes it down in the blitz. Well done, Hikaru. Honestly, it was never in doubt because even though he kind of messed up this final game, it was never far away from being equal. And Wesley just had seconds on the clock. A mistake had to happen, and it did. The knight got trapped by the rook, controlling all the escape squares the knight wanted to use.
Yeah, incredible game. Also, the fact that they both went for the same openings as they previously did. But yeah, Hikaru just managed to crush Wesley with black pieces and then also with the white pieces.
Wow, what a day. This big win for Hikaru means that he will have a rest day tomorrow. It means that he is in the running for a bonus $10,000 prize for winning the double elimination without a single match loss. And that since Hikaru is going to have a rest day tomorrow, our focus will be on the final of the elimination bracket, which is between Levon Aronian and Wesley So. So everyone, there is a chance that Wesley So comes back tomorrow to face Hikaru yet again in the grand final of this American Cup. But for now, we can let Hikaru enjoy his dinner because he has deserved it. He has taken down Wesley So in these rapid and blitz playoffs. And he's put himself in a perfect position to win this tournament.
Yeah, incredible. It's going to be very nice for him to finally have a rest day. There is no rest day for the Wicked, which means tomorrow you will have Jon Ludwig again. Tomorrow he's going to be joined by Fiona, and I'm looking forward to a very nice evening watching the games with you guys. But I will be able to have some snacks and drinks while I'm doing that.
Thank you everyone for watching today. Thank you for that incredible sub support during the most tense moments of the rapid tiebreak. Thank you to Hikaru for bringing the action with 2 black wins in a row. We will be back tomorrow. We're just gonna have to sleep quite a bit first because this spectacle took a lot of energy.
Yeah, my neighbors also might need some extra sleep because I'm sure I woke them up.
Mine too. I actually had a neighbor knocking on my door and I just decided to ignore them.
No, I heard the baby cry. I feel so bad.
But we'll be back, everyone, tomorrow at the same time. Until then, bye, everyone.
Enjoy. Bye, guys.
Some of these moves that computer suggests after a game that I play, and I just go, wow, that is the beauty for me, because these are not moves that I would ever consider. And when I then see the move and then like I might make a couple of moves to try and understand why, that is the beauty to me. I'm just trying to play as well as I can, and I don't really worry. Like, if I lose a game, it's not the end-all be-all. I'm not naturally talented, but if I don't get something, I try to figure out, why don't I get it? What am I doing wrong? Over and over and over again. Bye.